Tonight, we step into the world of true camping spooky stories. Accounts pulled from the wild places where the line between nature and nightmare is paper thin. Every sound, every shadow, every echo might be something reaching back. So settle in, keep your eyes sharp, and your fire brighter than the dark around you. Because once the stories begin, you may find they follow you home. My name is Noah Mercer. I was born in Roanoke, Virginia. And I have lived most of my life with the mountains, standing close at my shoulder like old companions. The Blue Ridge has always felt less like a backdrop and more like a presence, something living and breathing in its own slow, rooted way. I grew up hiking trails with my father, camping along ridges with my friends, and learning the way the sky looks. Different when you sleep beneath it instead of under a roof. That is why I thought nothing of it when, one autumn evening, I pitched my tent along a ridge near Grayson Highlands. I had done this countless times before. I believed I understood the wilderness. I believed it would never surprise me. I was wrong. The ridge was quiet that night. Too quiet for late October. Normally, the wind carries a restless edge as the trees shed their leaves, scattering them across the rocks like fragile coins. But the stillness pressed on me, as though the air had paused in its own breath. I shrugged it off, telling myself that solitude was the very reason I had come. I had been restless, worn out by the static hum of town life, and I wanted the unfiltered silence of the ridgeline to clear me. I set up my small tent, cooked a quick meal over my camp stove, and watched the last light dissolve over the valleys below. When the stars began to appear, I felt the familiar comfort they always brought. Small pinpricks in a vast dark, patterns older than memory, guiding, eternal. Except they did not stay eternal that night. I was leaning against my pack, drinking in the constellations. Orion stood where I expected, the hunter holding his bow. Cassiopeia reclined in her crooked throne. The dippers, both big and small, curved faithfully as they always had. My eyes traced them like one recites a prayer. Then, slowly, I realized something was wrong. The stars above Orion were bending, sliding, breaking rank. At first I thought it was the clouds, but there were none. The air was sharp and the sky clear. No haze, no drifting veil of mist. The stars themselves were shifting. I rubbed my eyes hard, blaming exhaustion. But when I looked again, I saw the points of light settling into new shapes. A crooked cluster formed, uneven and jagged, but unmistakable. My name, N-O-H. I laughed once, a nervous, brittle sound that died in the hollow air. My mind told me I must have been imagining it. Perhaps I was projecting, turning the randomness of the stars into meaning, the same way one sees faces in wood grain, or animals in clouds. I wanted to believe that. Yet my chest ached with the wrongness of it. The night should not rearrange itself for me. I told myself to stop staring, to get into the tent, to sleep. So I did. But when I closed my eyes, the image burned behind my lids, those uneven constellations spelling my name, letter by letter, across the heavens. Sleep was thin. I woke often, convinced I heard footsteps circling the tent. Every time I unzipped the flap, nothing was there. Just the ridge pale with starlight, and the valleys below drowned in darkness. Yet each time I returned to my sleeping bag, I could not shake the sense of someone watching. By dawn, I was desperate for the first wash of light. I shoved out of the tent as soon as the horizon began to pale. What I found made my throat dry. The sky was blank. Not overcast, not storm-heavy, not painted with sunrise. It was simply blank. A washed canvas of pale gray stretched from horizon to horizon, featureless, like the world had forgotten to finish itself. No sun, no clouds, no stars lingering from night. Just emptiness. I stood there with my hands shaking, staring up until my neck hurt. I told myself the sun must be behind some strange fog I could not see. I told myself my eyes were strained. But as the minutes dragged, nothing changed. The world was lit by a flat, sourceless glow. Neither day nor night. I packed my gear with stiff fingers and started down the ridge. My plan had been to hike another day, to linger in the high country before returning to my car. That plan dissolved in the hollow light. All I wanted was to get down, to find other people, to see if they noticed the sky too. The trail was quiet, more than quiet, dead. Birds should have been calling at dawn. Crows rising from the valleys, warblers trading notes among the bare branches. But no sound came. Even my footsteps seemed muffled, as if the ridge swallowed them before they could echo. Hours passed. The light did not shift. Noon never came. Neither did evening. The sky stayed the same blank sheet. The air thinned with silence, pressing in until I began talking aloud just to break it. My voice sounded strange, as though it belonged to someone else. "Keep walking," I muttered. "Just keep walking." By late afternoon, or what should have been late afternoon, I realized I had not eaten since the night before. My stomach cramped, but the thought of stopping made me uneasy. It felt like if I lingered, something would catch up. Though what that something might be, I could not name. I pressed on, following the trail down switchbacks. Then I began to see the carvings. At first, it was one mark on a tree. Just a faint letter scratched into the bark, so shallow I almost overlooked it. N. I brushed it with my fingers, wondering if some hiker had carved their initial. But a half-mile farther, I found another. This time, O, then A, then H. My forest was spelling me, just as the stars had. I told myself it was coincidence, that dozens of hikers left initials on trees, and my mind was stitching them into my name, because it was already raw from the night before. But the letters were in order, always in order, always mine. I quickened my pace. The ridge fell away behind me, but unease grew heavier, pressing me down even as I descended. When I finally reached a small stream, I dropped to my knees and drank, the cold water shocking my throat. My reflection wavered in the surface, stretch bent. For a moment, I swore the ripples spelled my name again before they shattered apart. I stumbled on, refusing to rest. Fatigue made the edges of my vision blur, but I forced my legs to move. By what should have been dusk, I reached a clearing. I collapsed on a fallen log, trembling. The world was silent, blank, endless. I should have seen other hikers by now, or at least the distant hum of a road. But there was nothing. When I finally dared to look up again, the sky had changed. The blankness was gone. Stars had returned, but not in their proper places. They were scattered, twisted, bent into wrong constellations. Not just my name this time. Whole words, whole phrases, jagged and broken, written across the vault above me. Newa. Quam, my stomach turned to stone. The letters shone sharp, crooked, undeniable. I shut my eyes, hoping they would vanish. When I opened them, the message had changed.
No.
Oak. I could not move. I sat rooted to the log, staring upward, as though whatever was writing the sky might punish me if I turned away. My chest ached with every breath. Then the stars shifted once more. Behind Diayu, the words hammered through me. My heart stopped. Every muscle screamed not to turn, not to look, not to confirm, but instinct is louder than reason. I twisted on the log. The clearing was empty, yet the silence thickened, pressing close, as though unseen eyes leaned in from every shadow. I stood on shaking legs and ran. I ran until my lungs seared, until my legs felt like water trying to carry stone. Branches lashed my arms, brambles tore my clothes, and still I kept going. The ridge trailed behind me, but the silence never broke. No wind, no insects. Not even the crunch of my boots sounded right. It was muted, as if the forest cushioned the noise, to keep me from realizing how alone I was. Or maybe to keep me from knowing what else might be moving out there. When at last I collapsed against a tree, I bent over, chest heaving. The sky hung pale again, blank like the stars had written their warning and then erased themselves. The silence deepened, swallowing the sound of my ragged breathing. For a moment, I thought I had run myself into emptiness itself, that the world had ended back on the ridge, and I was sprinting through scraps of what remained. I forced myself to think. The Appalachian Trail had cut near this ridge. I remembered the map I'd studied before heading out. 2 trailheads within a day's hike in opposite directions. If I could reorient, if I could just find a blaze, I could be down by evening. At least, what should have been evening. I pushed myself off the tree and kept walking. Slower now, scanning bark for the familiar white blaze of the trail. After 20 minutes, I spotted it, a vertical white rectangle, faded but still visible. Relief loosened my shoulders. This was proof of order, of something real, human, rational. I followed the blazes downhill, my pack bouncing hard against my spine. Each step should have felt like progress, but unease thickened instead. The marks on the trees were too close together, closer than they should have been. Every few yards, another blaze, then another, then another. I stopped, frowning. That wasn't how the trail worked. Blazes were meant to be spaced apart, guiding but not smothering. Yet here they multiplied like they were being painted in haste, dragging me forward deeper. Then I noticed the letters carved into the bark again. The trail blazes were fresh white paint, but just below them, always below them, scratched letters. My name, letter by letter. Sometimes clean, sometimes crooked, sometimes gouged so deep the bark had bled sap that hardened in amber streaks. I pressed my hand against one of the marks. The wood felt warm, as though the carving was recent. Too recent, my stomach nodded. Someone, or something, was marking the forest as I walked. I pulled my hand back fast and gripped my trekking pole tighter. The hours bled into one another. The pale light never shifted, and the blazes went on. My body told me it was evening. My legs shook, and the hunger I had ignored gnawed sharp. Finally, I stopped at a narrow clearing to boil water and force down food. The steam from my cup rose weakly into the air, but even that looked wrong. It drifted upward and then seemed to fade into the blank sky, as though the world could not bother holding it. As I ate, I heard it, footsteps. Not an animal's shuffle, not the light patter of squirrels or deer. Heavy, measured, human. I froze, cup halfway to my mouth. The sound circled just beyond the clearing, pacing between the trees. My pulse hammered. At last, at long last, another person. Hello, my voice cracked. I someone there. The footsteps stopped. I set the cup down with shaking hands and stood. Please, I'm lost. If you're out here. The forest answered with silence. Then the footsteps started again, slower now. Closer. I stepped back, pole in hand. My skin crawled. Every instinct screamed not to wait. not to see who it was. I shoved everything into my pack, slung it onto my shoulders, and stumbled back onto the trail. I didn't look behind me. The footsteps followed. They did not hurry. They did not falter. They just kept pace, steady, deliberate, always just behind the line of trees, never showing themselves. I walked faster, then jogged, then broke into a run, heart jackhammering. The blazes guided me forward. Tree after tree marked in white, but the sound never faded. Whoever, or whatever it was, they stayed with me, no matter how fast I went. At last, gasping, I dared to glance back. The clearing behind me was empty. The trail stretched pale and silent. No figure moved among the trees. But when I turned forward again, my blood froze. The blazes had changed. No longer neat white rectangles. They had twisted into letters, each one dripping as though the paint was fresh blood instead. They spelled the same words I had seen in the sky. Loc, Beige, OU. I stopped breathing. My chest locked. I did not turn this time. My legs obeyed before my mind could think, and I ran, blind, reckless, branches tearing my arms as I tore through the forest. The blazes vanished. The trail blurred. I did not care. I just needed distance. As though distance could save me from words, carved into bark and written in stars. I do not know how long I ran. Time had no meaning under the blank sky. When at last my body betrayed me, collapsing into a ditch beside a slope, I stayed there, clutching the dirt, sobbing soundlessly. The footsteps had stopped. Or maybe I was too deafened by my own pulse to hear them. When I finally lifted my head, I saw light. A cabin stood at the edge of the ditch, perched awkwardly among the trees. Its boards were weathered, roof sagging, but smoke rose from its chimney. The smell of burning pine drifted faint. I staggered to my feet, half in disbelief, half in relief so sharp it hurt. I scrambled up the ditch and stumbled toward the cabin, desperate for another human face, for proof the world had not ended. The door was ajar. I pushed it open. Inside, the air was stale, the walls lined with dust, thick shelves. A table sat at the center, covered in papers weighed down by a lantern. The fire burned in the hearth, but the cabin felt abandoned, as though the heat belonged to something that had left just moments before I entered. I stepped closer to the table. The papers were maps, hand-drawn ink faded. Each one showed ridges and valleys, but marked not with trails or elevations. Instead, they were covered in names. Dozens, hundreds of names, scratched across every inch of the maps. Some I recognized from history, from memory. Others I had never seen before. My eyes scanned the paper, heart sinking. And then I found it, Noah Mercer, written 3 times across the same ridge I had camped on. One in thin, careful hand. One in heavy black strokes. One in jagged scrawl. My knees buckled. I caught myself against the table, rattling the lantern. My name burned into the paper like a verdict. The door creaked. I spun, pulse screaming. The doorway stood open. The pale sky glared beyond, but there was someone inside now. A figure leaned in the far corner, half shadowed. I had not seen him when I entered, though he must have been there all along. His frame was tall, too thin, draped in clothes that looked ragged, half burned. His head tilted as though he were listening to a sound I could not hear. "You shouldn't have stopped," he said. The voice was dry, cracked, like wind dragging over stone. I stumbled back. Who are you?" The figure pushed away from the corner, his movement too fluid, his limbs bending just slightly wrong. He stepped into the light of the lantern. His face, or what should have been his face, was a blank expanse of skin, no features, no eyes, no mouth. Just smooth pale flesh like the sky above. My throat closed. I could not breathe, could not scream. He tilted his head again. "It always begins with the stars," he said. "They call the name. They write it until you notice. And once you notice, it belongs to them." He lifted one hand and pressed it flat against his featureless face. Slowly, impossibly, letters began to bulge under the skin. My name pushing outward, stretching pale flesh. Noah. I bolted. The door slammed behind me, though no hand touched it. The ditch yawned ahead, and I stumbled down, tearing skin on stone. Desperate to get away from the cabin, from the maps, from that faceless thing spelling me into its flesh. I ran until my body gave out again, until the trees swam into darkness and the world spun beneath me. When I woke, the sky above me was no longer blank. It was filled with stars again, yet none where they should have been. They churned, restless, shifting in constant motion. As I lay frozen on the ground, they spelled again. Calm. When I opened my eyes again, the world had shifted in a way that made my stomach turn. The stars overhead no longer stood still. They wreathed, drifting across the sky as if stirred by a tide I could not see. They gathered in clusters, broke apart, and reformed in new constellations that pulsed faintly, almost alive. The words they shaped glared down at me. Kyo-mi. The message burned bright until my vision blurred. I rolled to my side, pressing my face against the cold earth, as though that could hide me. But even through closed lids, the light etched itself deeper. I whispered to myself over and over that this was not real, that I must have collapsed from exhaustion and was trapped in some fever dream. Yet the ground beneath my palms was solid, the ache in my body real, the cuts on my arms still stinging. I forced myself up on trembling legs. My pack lay, crumpled nearby, half open, the maps from the cabin scattered around it. My throat went tight when I saw them. I had no memory of grabbing them, and yet there they were. Each page filled with the same scrawled names, the same ink that seemed to darken as I stared. My name bloomed fresh at the center of one map, as though it had just been written. I stuffed the papers back into the pack with shaking hands. I didn't want them, didn't want to touch them, but leaving them behind felt worse. The thought of whoever, or whatever, came after me finding them, and knowing I had tried to abandon them, filled me with a dread sharper than keeping them. The forest was still silent when I began walking again. Every step felt heavy, not from fatigue but from the crushing sense that I was walking deeper into something I could never climb back out of. The trail, if it could even be called that, had twisted into something unfamiliar. The blazes were gone. The trees all looked the same, their trunks pale and narrow, leaning slightly inward as though they listened to me. At times, I swore I saw movement between them. A shadow flicking back, a figure retreating just out of sight. I never caught more than the impression of limbs, too long, bending wrong. And once, God help me, I thought I saw my own face staring back from the darkness, pale and twisted in fear, before it vanished. I walked until my legs felt like splintered wood. The pale light never shifted. There was no day, no night, only the blankness above, when the stars decided not to move, and their frantic messages when they did. By what my body told me was another night, I reached another clearing. This one was different. At its center stood a stone circle, knee-high, perfectly round. Inside, the grass was burned away, leaving only black earth. And carved into each stone, one letter at a time, was my name. Repeated again and again. wrapping the circle like a chain. I staggered back. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body betrayed me, against my will. My legs carried me forward, step after step, into the circle. The moment I crossed the stones, the air changed. It was colder, sharper, heavy with a metallic tang that coated my tongue. The stars shifted. New words formed above me. Wu-wei-ait. The earth inside the circle trembled. At first, it was faint, like the pulse of my own heart in the ground. Then stronger, until the soil cracked. Pale hands broke through the dirt, clawing upward. One after another, countless hands, thin and long, dragging themselves free. Faces followed, blank and featureless. Skin smooth as paper, each one tilting upward as though they smelled me. I stumbled back toward the edge of the circle, panic surging. My foot hit one of the stones, and pain seared through me as though I had stepped into fire. The faceless things froze. Then, together, they tilted their heads toward me. I screamed and hurled myself over the stone boundary. The moment I crossed out, the ground stilled. The hands withdrew. The faces sank back into the earth, leaving nothing but the blackened soil. The sky above me smoothed blank again. I lay there for a long time, sobbing into the dirt, too weak to move. My name still rang in my ears, etched into stone, carved into bark, written across the heavens. I knew with a bone-deep certainty that running was useless. No matter where I went, it would follow. The forest had chosen me, the sky had written me, and there was no undoing it. Still, instinct is louder than despair. I dragged myself up and kept moving, though each step felt more like wandering in circles. My body was breaking. My mind frayed with every glimpse of those faceless watchers slipping between the trees. It was then, when I was at my weakest, that I found the hiker. He stood in a clearing ahead, pack slung across his shoulders, clothes torn but recognizable, his face gaunt and hollow. Relief burst inside me so strong it almost knocked me down. "Hey," my voice cracked. "Hey, thank God." He turned at the sound, and my words died. It was me. My own face, drawn thin, eyes sunken, mouth trembling. He looked at me with horror that mirrored my own. I shook my head, stumbling back. "No, you're not." He raised a hand, pointing at me with a finger that trembled violently. His voice, my own voice, rasped out, "They wrote you too." My blood iced. "What are you?" He staggered closer, his movements jerky, like a puppet tugged on strings. "Don't you see? There's more than one. More than me. More than you. They keep writing us until we forget which one is real." I backed away, heart hammering. "Stay away from me." He stopped at the edge of the clearing, shoulders heaving, eyes wide. "You'll see. They'll hollow you out. They'll take your face. You'll watch yourself walking into the circle, and you won't know if it's you or them." Before I could speak, before I could move, the forest shifted. The sky blazed with stars again, spelling one final word, Enoch. The other me convulsed, body snapping upright, as though yanked by invisible wires. His face went smooth, features vanishing until only blank skin remained. He tilted his head, just like the faceless man in the cabin. Then he stepped backward, swallowed by the trees, gone as though he had never been. I fell to my knees, retching, my mind unraveling. The stars flickered again. That was the last word I saw before the light collapsed, and the world went black. When I woke, I was lying on the side of a paved road. Morning sun burned bright above me, the real sun, warm and golden. Cars passed in the distance. Birds sang. The air smelled of dew and earth and exhaust. The sky was as it should be, A park ranger found me not long after, stumbling along the road in torn clothes, mumbling nonsense. He said I had been gone 3 days, that a search party had been out combing the ridges. He asked if I was hurt, if I had seen anyone else. I told him no. But when they brought me home, when I stood before a mirror for the first time in days, I saw it. My reflection tilted its head when I did not. And in the glass, faint and shifting, I swear I saw the stars behind me, still spelling my name. My name is Harper Quinn, and I have always considered myself a practical man. I am 34 years old, unmarried, and by profession a surveyor. The work takes me across stretches of wilderness, where paved roads give way to gravel, and gravel gives way to dirt, until the only things left are trees, wind, and the sound of my own boots on the trail. I mention these details because they define the way I measure my life with distance, with terrain, with the places I have crossed. And so when I tell you what happened one autumn night in Virginia, you must understand it is not the account of an impressionable soul, but of someone who has walked alone more times than he can count, someone who has slept under more stars than roofs. That season, I had been contracted to scout a section of trail near Shenandoah. My task was straightforward: mark out boundary posts, take soil samples, and chart the slope lines for possible expansion. I traveled light, with a canvas pack, a small tent, and the boots I had worn for nearly 3 years. Scuffed leather things, worn thin at the soles, but molded to the shape of my feet. Those boots had carried me through snow, flood, and dust storms. They were a part of me. I tell you this so that you understand the strangeness of what came next. At the trailhead where I parked my truck, I noticed something lying near the gravel pool, off a pair of boots. They were set neatly side by side, the laces tucked inside, as if someone had deliberately left them there. I paused. The boots looked almost new, heavier than mine, with deep treads that could grip slick mud. My first instinct was suspicion. People sometimes leave junk at trailheads, but boots of that quality were unusual. I looked around for a note, a tag, any sign that they belonged to someone. Nothing. The sky had already begun to dim toward evening, the ridgeline burning orange, and I still had 2 miles to hike before setting camp. My own boots pinched my toes from wear, and the thought came unbidden, why not? I slipped off my old pair, slid my feet into the stranger's boots. They fit. Not perfectly, but close enough to feel uncanny, as though whoever owned them before had feet shaped almost like mine. I laced them tight, set my old boots beside my truck, and shouldered my pack. The first mile passed without incident. The new boots carried me smoothly, their weight sinking into the trail. With each step I told myself I had lucked into something good. Better traction, better support. A break for my battered soles. But halfway up the ridge, as the trees thickened and shadows grew, I felt a prickling thought. Someone had owned these boots before. Someone had walked these same paths in them. And where was that person now? By the time I reached a clearing flat enough to pitch my tent, night had nearly fallen. I built a small fire, ate jerky and dried apples, and tried not to think about the boots, sitting just beyond the ring of firelight. They looked ordinary enough, scuffed a little at the toe. But every time I caught sight of them, I had the uneasy sense that they were not mine. My old pair waited back at the truck, familiar, broken, reliable. These were strangers' boots, and they sat heavy on my feet. I fell asleep uneasy, the fire dwindling to coals. Sometime after midnight, I woke. At first, I thought it was the wind. The nylon of the tent shivered faintly. But then I heard its footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Someone walking along the path just beyond my camp. I held still, listening. Whoever it was did not hurry. The steps crunched leaves, then paused, then continued. When the figure passed close, I glimpsed their shadow through the fabric of my tent, elongated by the faint glow of moonlight. My heart pounded. They walked with a dragging rhythm, as if pulling something behind them. And then I realized what it was, the prints. The sound matched not just footsteps, but the scrape of dragging weight. I waited until the noise faded into the trees, then forced myself to unzip the tent and peer out. The clearing was empty. The fire had gone cold. I lit my lantern and cast it over the ground. What I saw made my throat close. Footprints. My own, the exact tread of my old boots, the pair I had left at the trailhead. They circled my camp. Some fresh, some dragged backward, as if someone had stepped into them in reverse, pulling them along the dirt. My chest went tight. I looked down at the boots on my own feet, the ones I had found. Suddenly they felt wrong, as though my skin was not supposed to be inside them. I told myself I must be imagining things, that exhaustion was making me see patterns where none existed. But when I followed the line of backward prints, they led straight into the dark of the trees and vanished, as though the figure had melted into the forest. I sat awake the rest of the night, lantern at my side, unable to shake the sensation that something, wearing my old shoes, had come back to claim me. Morning brought a brittle calm. The sky was pale, the air sharp with frost. I half expected the prints to be gone, some dream born of shadow and firelight, but they remained, circling, dragged. The boots on my feet felt heavier now, every step reluctant, as though the ground resisted me. I packed quickly and considered turning back to the truck. But the job demanded I survey the ridge, and I convinced myself I was being foolish. The prints could be explained. Perhaps a hunter, perhaps a hiker with similar boots. I forced reason into the gaps terror had opened. The day passed in measured silence. I marked stakes, took samples, and drew contour notes in my field book. Yet the forest seemed altered. Bird calls stuttered and fell quiet whenever I paused. Once, as I bent to measure slope, I heard twigs snap behind me, but when I turned, the trees only stood still, watching. By evening, I found another clearing and set camp. My body ached, my mind wary. The boots I wore were caked with mud now, but they seemed to hold no ordinary dirt. The soil clung, dark as tar, refusing to shake free. I tried to scrape them clean with my knife, but the mud only smeared, as if alive. That night, the footsteps returned. I had not even closed my eyes before I heard them. This time they did not pass by. They stopped outside my tent. The shadow fell across the fabric again. Taller than me, shoulders slouched, head bent as though listening. I held my breath. Then I heard the scrape, the dragging of prints. When I dared to unzip the tent, just a sliver, my lantern showed the same pattern as before. My old boot prints circling, pulled backward through the dirt. I whispered into the night, though I do not know why. "Who's there?" No voice answered, but the weights shifted. Slowly, deliberately, they dragged closer to my tent, as if the person, or thing, inside them meant to step straight through the walls of fabric and stand over me. I clutched the knife at my belt, ready to strike. But just as suddenly as they had advanced, the prints drew away, retreating into the forest. The sound of dragging steps faded until silence claimed the clearing again. I did not sleep. I could not. The lantern flickered low. The air grew colder, and the boots on my feet felt as though they had sunk roots into the earth. When dawn broke, I swore I would return to my truck, job unfinished. Some contracts are not worth keeping. But when I retraced the trail, I found the way altered. The familiar bends and markers twisted. Cairns had not built stood stacked beside the path, each stone damp as though pulled from a river. The forest had folded in on itself. My compass spun without direction. And then I saw them, my old boots. They stood in the middle of the trail, upright, toes pointed toward me, laces slack. I froze. I had left them at the truck. Yet here they were, waiting. Behind them stretched a long line of dragged prints, all backward, leading deeper into the forest where the light seemed thinner. My legs refused to move. The boots I wore tightened on my feet, as if reminding me they were not mine. And somewhere beyond the ridge, faint but certain, came the echo of steps. My steps, my own rhythm, repeated by something else. I realized then that I was no longer just walking the trail. I was being walked. I stood frozen on the trail, staring at my old boots. They should have been waiting by my truck, sun, bleached and abandoned on the gravel, pull off. But instead, they stood upright here in the middle of the wilderness. The sight of them made the new boots on my feet feel tighter, as though the leather had shrunk around my skin. I swallowed, my throat dry, and took one cautious step closer. The prints behind the old pair stretched backward into the trees, each mark dragged, distorted, and unmistakably mine. I thought about picking them up, carrying them back, maybe convincing myself this was some cruel trick by another hiker. But the air around them felt wrong. The boots didn't just sit there, they waited. The toe caps angled toward me as though someone had stepped out of them only moments before, leaving them ready for me to slide back into. I backed away. My breath caught on the cold air, and I turned, retracing my path toward the clearing where I had camped. Yet every few steps, I glanced over my shoulder. The boots remained where they were, but the prints seemed to stretch farther each time I looked, creeping after me. By the time I reached the clearing, the sun had risen high, but it did nothing to ease the weight pressing down on me. I boiled water, forced down oatmeal, and tried to steady myself. The contract I had taken suddenly felt irrelevant. I told myself I would pack and leave. Job unfinished. I had enough provisions to make it out by afternoon if I kept a steady pace. But when I slung my pack over my shoulder and stepped onto the trail, I found it changed again. Where I expected the slope to fall gently southward, the path now bent north, thick with brambles. The cairns appeared once more, stacked in unnatural spirals. My compass spun in lazy circles. I began to sweat despite the crisp air. The boots carried me whether I wanted them to or not. Each step felt guided, not wholly my own, as though the ground chose where my feet should fall. I veered off the trail, determined to find a landmark I recognized. But the forest pressed closer. The trees leaned, their branches knitting overhead, filtering the light into strange patterns that wavered like smoke. It was then I realized something terrible. I no longer heard the normal sounds of the woods. No bird calls, no scurrying of squirrels, not even the drone of insects. The silence pressed against my ears, so complete it made me dizzy. And then, steps. They came from behind me, slow, deliberate, dragging. I turned sharply, knife in hand, but the trail was empty. Only the prints remained, pressed into the soil behind me, backward, overlapping my own forward steps. Each time I moved, the backward set followed, as though some mirror of myself was stalking me just out of sight. I forced myself onward, hours blurring together. The forest offered no escape. When the light began to fade, I stumbled into a hollow where stones jutted up like broken teeth. I was exhausted, nerves frayed, but I had no choice except to set camp again. As I pitched my tent, I thought I heard whispers threading through the trees. Not words exactly, but the suggestion of them, like a conversation held just beyond hearing. My hands trembled as I struck the fire, and when it caught, I sat with my knife across my knees, waiting. The boots I wore seemed heavier still, clinging with mud that would not wash away. I thought about taking them off, maybe walking barefoot until I found my truck, but the very idea filled me with dread. It felt as though removing them would invite something I couldn't fight. Night fell. I had told myself I would stay awake, but exhaustion betrayed me. My eyelids grew heavy, the fire sank low, and sleep stole over me. I woke to footsteps. This time, they weren't outside. They were inside my tent. The lantern had gone out, but moonlight silvered the nylon walls, and I saw the silhouette clearly, a man, crouched just above me. His head tilted, as though studying me in the dark. My heart slammed so hard I thought it would split my chest. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then the shape dissolved, as though it were nothing but smoke. I scrambled upright, fumbling for my knife, and burst from the tent. The clearing was empty. The prints circled me, again deeper, pressed into the soil as if something heavier than human had walked there. I shouted into the dark, my voice ragged. "What do you want?" The forest answered only with silence. But in that silence came a single sensation. Sharp and cold, the boots on my feet tightened, their laces constricting like a living grip. I fell to my knees, clawing at the knots, but the leather resisted. It wasn't laces anymore. It was skin. Panic clawed my throat. I staggered to the fire and shoved one boot close to the embers. The heat made the leather hiss, and for a moment, I swore I heard a muffled cry. Not mine, but someone else's, deep inside the boot. The sole smoked, but it did not burn. I crawled back, trembling, knife shaking in my hand. The night stretched long, every second carved with dread. I must have dozed in snatches, but whenever I blinked awake, I found new prints in the soil, circling closer, dragged backward, pressing me in. By dawn, the forest seemed almost merciful in its stillness, but I knew better now. Something was here with me. Something had taken my old boots and walked backward through the night, dragging my prints, dragging my past, and now it wore my reflection like a mask. I broke camp and stumbled on, no longer following any trail, just moving. The boots carried me as though they knew the way better than I did. By midday, I reached a ridge I had never seen before, a sheer drop overlooking endless trees. My map said nothing of it. There, at the edge, stood a man. He faced away, his shoulders hunched, his clothing ragged. But what froze me was his feet. He wore my old boots. They were laced neatly, mud-caked along the edges, and he stood in them as though he had always been their owner. My voice cracked. "Who are you?" The man turned. His face was my own. Not a perfect mirror. His features sagged, warped as though someone had sketched me in ash and smeared the lines. But the eyes were mine, hollow and searching. He raised one hand and beckoned. The backward prints behind him stretched into nothing, vanishing off the ridge. I stumbled back, shaking my head. "No, you're not real." But he only smiled, a broken expression that showed too many teeth, and began to walk toward me. Each step he took left a backward print, dragging the soil, closing the distance between us. I tried to run, but the boots on my feet rooted me in place. My legs trembled, refusing to obey. It felt as though the earth itself had claimed me. The figure came closer, no more than 10 paces away. His voice was a whisper carried on the wind, but I heard it as if he spoke inside my skull. Step out. My knees buckled. I fell to the ground, clawing at the laces, desperate to free myself, but the boots would not loosen. They pulsed against my skin, alive, tightening with each beat of my heart. The other me stopped just before me. His shadow fell over mine, and he crouched, tilting his head, studying me like prey. The boots he wore gleamed wet with mud. Slowly, he lifted his foot and placed it beside my head, as if to measure me. I screamed, a raw sound that split the silent air, and with the last of my strength, I plunged the knife into the soil between us. The ground shuddered. The prints around me blurred. For a single instant, the grip of the boots loosened. I tore one foot free, then the other, stumbling barefoot into the dirt. Pain lanced my soles, but I didn't care. I ran. I didn't know where, only away, crashing through brambles, branches tearing at my arms. Behind me, I heard the dragging steps follow, relentless. When I dared a glance back, I saw them, both pairs of boots. Mine, worn by the figure. The stranger's, carried by my own body, though I no longer wore them. They chased me empty, pounding the ground in rhythm with my own heartbeat. The forest tilted, the ridge spun, and I knew then there was no leaving on my own terms. Barefoot, I ran until my lungs felt like they would tear. Every branch that snapped against my face, every stone that tore my feet, reminded me I was alive, that I still belonged to myself, at least for now. Yet behind me the sound never stopped. Footsteps, dragging, 2 sets, one heavy and deliberate, the other lighter but no less relentless. The forest bent in ways that made no sense. Trees leaned closer, their trunks narrowing like columns of a vast cathedral, their crowns blotting out the sun until the world dimmed into a dusky twilight. The ground sloped when it should have risen. My legs trembled, scraped raw, but I could not stop. I burst into a clearing, gasping, and there they were, both pairs of boots. My old pair stood upright, side by side, in the grass. The stranger's boots sat opposite. Their laces sprawled like outstretched fingers. Between them stretched a perfect circle of backward prints, layered again and again, as though something had walked the same path endlessly. My stomach clenched. I should have turned back, should have chosen any other direction, but the circle drew me in. Something in the air hummed, vibrating through my teeth, my ribs. I stepped closer, unwilling but compelled, and the moment I crossed the ring of prints, silence crashed over me, so complete I thought I had gone deaf. Then, voices, whispers, thousands of them, all speaking in low unison. I could not make out words, but the cadence was steady, insistent. My head throbbed with it. The boots in the grass shifted slightly, as if nudged by an invisible hand. The circle of prints deepened, fresh soil lifting and falling, though nothing visible moved. I clutched my knife, but the metal felt useless, no more a weapon than a stick against an ocean tide. My knees buckled, and I collapsed into the dirt. That was when I saw him again. The figure, the other me, stood just beyond the circle. He wore my old boots, caked with earth, and his face was mine but drained of life, the features sagging as though waterlogged. His eyes locked on mine, hollow and infinite. He lifted a hand and pointed to the strangers, boots lying in the grass. The whispers grew louder, and in them I finally caught a phrase, repeated over and over. Step in. Step back. Step out. I shook my head, covering my ears, but the words pressed inside me. Step in. Step back. Step out. The figure's lips moved in rhythm with the chant, though no sound came from him. Only the forest spoke, its voices layered like wind through dead leaves. I don't remember deciding. My body moved before my mind could protest. I crawled to the stranger's boots and picked one up. The leather felt slick, damp, though no dew lay on the grass. It pulsed faintly, as though something within it had a heartbeat. No, I whispered. They're not mine. But when I tried to drop it, my fingers refused to let go. My hand clenched tighter, as if the boot had claimed me. I brought it to my foot, and before I could resist, it slid on effortlessly, laces winding up my ankle like snakes, binding tight. The second boot followed. My body obeyed, though my mind screamed. When both were laced, I stood. The whispers rose into a shrill chorus. Step in. Step back. Step out. The circle around me glowed faintly, soil shimmering as if heated from below. The figure in my old boots stepped backward into the forest, dragging prints that matched mine. My own legs moved in unison, but opposite. Forward, though I did not choose it. It was like dancing with my own shadow. Every time he moved, I moved. Step in. Step back. Step out. The chant consumed me, and with each cycle, the forest blurred. I saw flashes a ridgeline not my own, stars bending into crooked constellations, a tent zipper sliding open into the earth, shadows burned into the ground. Dozens of visions, like glimpses of other people's terror. Other lives swallowed by these woods. My head spun. I fell, but the boots dragged me upright again, pulling me along the circle. Across from me, the figure smiled, a warped mockery of my own face. And then he stepped out of the circle. He vanished into the trees, leaving only my old boots pressed into the soil. The chant stopped. Silence returned. I collapsed to my knees, panting. The boots on my feet felt heavier than stone, but they no longer moved me. My legs were mine again. For a long moment, I thought it was over, that I had resisted whatever this was. Then I looked around. The forest was not the same. The trees leaned in unfamiliar angles. The air smelled different, moldering. My compass, when I pulled it from my pack, did not spin now. It pointed steadily, but not north. Its needle aimed toward the old boots, lying abandoned at the circle's edge. I staggered to them, shaking, and when I touched the leather, my vision blurred. I saw a parking lot, my truck waiting, sunlight glinting off the windshield. My old boots sat by the gravel pull-off, exactly where I had left them. For a heartbeat, I thought I was back. Then the vision shattered. I was still in the clearing, still surrounded by trees that leaned too close, still bound to the stranger's boots. The old pair sat before me like an anchor to a world I could not return to. A sound broke the silence. Footsteps, dragging. Not behind me this time, but all around, echoing from the trees. Dozens of them. Scores. My skin crawled as the shadows lengthened, and from the edge of the clearing, figures began to appear. They came one by one, then in groups. Men, women, some young, some old, all wearing mismatched boots, shoes, sandals, even bare feet caked with mud. Their faces sagged and blurred, features half finished, like sketches erased and redrawn too many times. But their eyes, each pair was hollow, and each locked onto me. They stepped closer in unison, and with each movement, the ground filled with backward prints. The circle deepened until it seemed less like dirt and more like an opening, an endless hole yawning beneath us. I clutched my knife, but the weight of it meant nothing. My breath came in shallow gasps. The figures surrounded me, whispering without mouths, a storm of voices pressing into my skull. Step back. Step out. The boots on my feet pulsed, laces tightening until I cried out in pain. I tried to tear them off, but my hands would not obey. My legs moved instead, carrying me toward the circle's center. The ground shifted. The soil gave way. Darkness yawned below, vast and endless, and from within it rose the sound of footsteps. Thousands, millions, echoing backward through time. I screamed as the earth swallowed me, but the forest swallowed the sound. For a moment, there was nothing but black. No air, no ground, no sky. Only the rhythm of steps matching my own heartbeat, until I could not tell which was which. Then, I was standing. The circle was gone. The forest was gone. I was back at the trailhead, my truck waiting, sun bright above. My old boots sat neatly on the gravel, untouched. Relief flooded me so sharp I nearly collapsed. I staggered to the truck, hand trembling on the door handle. But then I looked down. On my feet were the stranger's boots. The mud clung dark and wet, though the gravel was dry. My reflection in the window was not my own, but hollow-eyed. Features sagging, lips pulled into a broken smile. Behind me, in the glass, I saw shadows moving, dozens of them. Watching when I turned, the parking lot was empty. Only my old boots remained, set side by side in the dust, waiting for the next traveler to find them. My name is Cora Ellis, and I have always believed that the wilderness has a way of remembering those who come to it. It uninvited. Some people say the forest forgets your footsteps as soon as the wind blows them away. But I have never trusted that kind of thinking. I grew up around stories told by rangers and old timers about ridges that swallowed hikers whole, trails that looped back on themselves like snakes, biting their tails, and cabins that were built over things better left untouched. So when I set out for a week-long solo trip along the Blue Ridge, I thought I was prepared. I thought my respect for the land would keep me safe. That was before I met the man who begged me not to camp near the abandoned fire tower, and before midnight came when the watchlight burned through the trees, and I saw myself inside, waving down at me as though I had already been caught. The first time I heard about the fire tower, it was from a ranger at the station where I signed my permit. He had been polite but distracted, warning me about thunderstorms, reminding me to store food properly against bears, and then, in a quieter voice, telling me there were some places along the ridge I might want to avoid. When I asked why, he only said that the tower hadn't been staffed in decades, that storms had half rotted its supports, and that sometimes seekers climbed up and never came back down. He didn't look me in the eye when he said it. I brushed it off at the time, chalking it up to the way rangers sometimes overemphasize dangers to keep people cautious. But the words stuck with me like burrs on socks, and by the time I reached the ridge where the tower was supposed to stand, I felt an unease I couldn't explain. The tower rose above the tree line like a skeleton, its narrow legs black against the bruised sky. Even from a distance, I could tell the wood was splintered and warped. The ladder that climbed into the air was missing whole sections, and one side leaned as though the structure had grown tired of holding itself upright. The sight of it filled me with the same curiosity that dangerous things always inspire. the pull to look closer, to prove to myself it was nothing more than what it appeared to be. That was when I heard someone calling. He came stumbling out from the side trail, his face pale, his eyes wide with something between fear and exhaustion. He was a hiker, maybe a few years older than me, dressed in gear that looked dusted from long travel. His boots were caked in mud, and his pack sagged against his shoulders, like it had been carried too long. He looked at me as if I were a stranger arriving too late to a party that had already gone wrong. "Don't camp here," he said. His voice was raw, his breath unsteady. "Not near the tower. You understand. Don't stay." I remember asking him what he meant, why he was so insistent. But he only shook his head, his hands trembling at his sides. "It's wrong," he whispered. "It's waiting for someone. If you stay, it'll think you're the one." Before I could press him further, he turned back down the trail, moving fast, half running as though the shadows themselves were chasing him. His words rattled me, of course they did. But I told myself people lose their bearings out here all the time. Some let their imaginations get away from them. Fear spreads quickly in the woods. I thought maybe he had spent too many nights alone, and his nerves had frayed thin enough to break. I should have listened, but instead I set my camp within sight of the tower, convincing myself that I was grounded enough not to be shaken by a stranger's panic. That evening, the forest felt unusually still. Normally at dusk, the air is alive with the hum of insects, the call of birds settling for the night, the crackle of small things moving through underbrush. But as the sun slid behind the ridge, silence dropped like a blanket. The only sound was the faint groan of wood as the tower shifted with the cooling air, its bones creaking in protest. I cooked a small meal on my camp stove, the smell of noodles rising faintly before fading into nothing. I forced myself to eat even though my appetite had gone. The tower loomed above me, framed by the glow of my lantern, and I caught myself looking up too often, as though expecting movement at the top platform. Of course, there was nothing but darkness. The windows were empty squares cut into shadow. When I lay down in my tent, I told myself sleep would come quickly. I was tired, and exhaustion usually wins in the woods. But I drifted in and out, pulled awake by small things. The snap of a twig that echoed too close. The sense that the air outside had grown colder than it should have. At some point near midnight, I realized the forest around me was lit faintly, not by the moon, but by a light high above. I unzipped the tent flap and froze. The watchlight was on. A pale beam glowed through the night, cutting across the trees like a finger pointing at me. I felt my chest tighten as I looked up at the tower, at the windows that should have been black, and in that yellow-white haze, framed perfectly, stood a figure. My figure. I saw myself inside the cabin, leaning against the window, hand raised in a slow wave. For a long moment, I couldn't move. My throat was dry, my heartbeat too loud in my ears. I told myself it was impossible, a trick of the light, a mind too eager to make shapes out of shadows. But the figure in the tower did not waver, and the wave was too precise to be imagination. The hand lifted and fell in a rhythm I recognized, because it was my own. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own pack. The beam from the tower seemed to follow me as I moved, spotlighting me as though I had been chosen for an audience. My double in the window tilted her head, studying me with an expression I couldn't quite see, but somehow felt. Panic clawed through me. I shut the tent flap, though it was a useless gesture. I buried myself in my sleeping bag, hands pressed over my ears, though no sound came. Only the silence. And the knowledge that above me, someone wearing my face was watching. I don't know how long I lay like that, eyes wide in the dark, waiting for something to happen. Time in the forest doesn't move the way it does elsewhere. It stretches, it bends, it tangles until minutes and hours are indistinguishable. At some point, exhaustion dragged me into a shallow sleep, one filled with broken dreams where I was. Endless ladders that splintered under my hands, where I looked down to see my own reflection climbing up toward me. When dawn came, the light of the tower was gone. The windows were empty again. Nothing but dark glass and broken wood. The air buzzed with insects as though nothing strange had ever happened. And yet, as I stepped out of my tent, I found something waiting in the dirt. There were footprints circling my camp. Not boots like mine, but bare feet. Small and narrow, toes pressed deep into the soil, as though someone had stood watching for a very long time. They led not away, not in any direction, but only around and around, looping endlessly until they disappeared beneath the shadow of the tower. I stood there for what felt like forever, staring at those tracks, until the sun climbed high enough to bleach them from sight. But even as they faded, I could still see them in my mind, circling like a snare. I told myself I would pack up, that I would leave, that I would never return to this ridge again. Yet part of me hesitated, curious in the way people always are when they brush against the edge of something they don't understand. I had seen something impossible, something that wore my own shape. And instead of running, I found myself lingering, as though the tower had already pulled a thread through me, binding me to it. By the time I hoisted my pack onto my shoulders, the day was well underway. The tower loomed behind me, silent once more. But I couldn't shake the certainty that when night fell again, the watchlight would burn, and the figure inside would be waiting. Patient, unblinking, waving me closer. The footprints haunted me through the entire morning. Even as I left the shadow of the fire tower and followed the ridge trail east, I could feel them at my back. The bare souls circling endlessly, the weight of something standing outside my tent while I slept. Every time I glanced behind me, I half expected to see them fresh again, pressed into the dirt with a patience that outlasted daylight. The forest seemed eager to push me along. The sun broke through in patches, but the air held a damp chill that clung to my clothes. I tried to focus on practical things, the trail underfoot, the water I measured carefully from my bottle, the steady rhythm of my breathing. But none of it quieted the unease coiled inside me. At mid-morning, I came across another hiker resting against a log. He looked ordinary enough. A middle-aged man with weather, creased skin, his pack open as he rummaged for food. When he noticed me, he smiled politely, the kind of trail smile strangers share to acknowledge each other's existence without prying. I thought I might finally shake the strange mood that had followed me, but as soon as I mentioned where I'd camped the night before, his expression stiffened. "You were near the tower?" he asked. His voice had gone flat, as though I had admitted to something dangerous. I nodded, uncomfortable. "Yeah." I set up maybe 200 yards from it. He studied me with eyes that seemed suddenly older than his face. "You shouldn't have. You know that, right?" I wanted to laugh, to brush it off, but the weight in his tone made it impossible. "Why? What's wrong with it?" He closed his pack with a slow, deliberate movement. People see things there. Always themselves. Sometimes younger, sometimes older. Always waving. He hesitated before adding, "Sometimes the one in the tower comes down." I didn't know what to say. My throat went tight, because he was describing exactly what I had witnessed. And hearing it from a stranger made it real in a way my own mind could still deny. He must have seen the look on my face, because he leaned closer. "If you're smart, you'll keep moving. Don't look back. Don't give it another chance." There was nothing else to say. He shouldered his pack and walked north, his figure shrinking along the curve of the trail until the trees swallowed him whole. I watched him go, wondering how many times he had walked this way, and whether he too had once seen himself waving from above. For the rest of the day, I forced myself to keep a steady pace. My boots scuffed the dirt in a rhythm that was almost like a chant: forward, forward, forward. I told myself I would put as many miles between me and the tower as I could. But no matter how far I went, I couldn't shake the sense that the woods around me had thinned, that the air was emptier than it should have been. Even the birdsong felt strained, cut short as if something pressed down on it from above. By dusk, I was exhausted. I found a clearing well off the trail, surrounded by mountain laurel, whose branches bent low enough to make a wall. I wanted to believe that would give me comfort, that I could tuck myself out of sight and sleep without feeling watched. I pitched my tent quickly, hands clumsy with fatigue, and crawled inside before the dark could fully settle. Sleep, however, was not kind. I dreamed of climbing again, up a ladder that seemed to stretch into the sky, its rungs slick with something wet, its sides trembling as though they would give way. At the top was the cabin of the tower, glowing with a soft yellow light. My hand reached for the door, and before I could stop myself, I opened it. Inside was myself. Not a reflection in glass, not a shadow in a window, but me, sitting in the corner, pale and waiting. She looked up and smiled, and her mouth moved though no sound came. Her hand lifted in that same slow wave. And then she stood. I woke with a start, my heart pounding, the walls of the tent trembling faintly, as if touched by unseen hands. I lay there frozen, every sense straining. Outside, the night was alive, but not with the familiar sounds of crickets or owls. Instead, there was a faint hum like an electrical current, low and steady, seeping into the ground. My breath caught. The watchlight was back. I didn't need to unzip the tent to know it. I could feel its glow bleeding through the fabric, painting the air inside with a pale, sickly tint. Against every instinct screaming inside me, I reached for the zipper and pulled it open just enough to peer out. There it was, far in the distance where I had left it behind the fire tower, impossibly visible from here. It should have been miles away, hidden by ridges and trees, but I saw it clear as day, its beam cutting across the forest like a knife. And in the window, as always, was me, waving. My stomach turned to ice. I knew I had left it behind, that I had put hours of trail between us, but the tower had followed. Or perhaps it had never stayed in one place at all. It had only been waiting for me to see it again. I zipped the tent shut, heart hammering, and pressed my back to the far wall as if I could distance myself from the light. It pulsed faintly, not steady, but breathing. On, off, on, like a heartbeat. That night, I didn't sleep again. I lay in the dark, counting each flicker of the watchlight, telling myself that if I just survived until dawn, it would fade once more. My thoughts tangled in strange loops. If it was me up there, then who was I down here? If I left, would the one in the tower come down to take my place? When morning came, the light was gone, and the forest hummed with insects, as though nothing had happened. My tent was damp with dew, and for a moment, I thought I had imagined everything. But when I stepped outside, I saw the circle of footprints again. Bare soles pressed into the earth, looping endlessly around my camp. This time, however, there was a difference. One set of prints led away, not toward the tower, but deeper into the woods. They stopped only a few yards from my tent, where the laurel bent low to the ground. I crouched, heart in my throat, and saw what had been left there. A scrap of fabric torn and dirty, the same color as the shirt I wore yesterday. I dropped it as though it burned me. My hands shook, and I told myself I had to leave. I couldn't keep running into this same pattern. The tower wasn't bound to the ridge. It was bound to me. I packed my gear in a frenzy. Every sound magnified the rasp of the zipper, the clang of my stove against metal, the crunch of boots on soil. When I finally shouldered my pack, I could swear I felt eyes on me, not from above, but from within the trees themselves. The trail ahead blurred with sunlight and mist, and for the first time, I wondered if I was already lost, if the tower had folded the forest in on itself and locked me inside. Each step carried me forward, but the air tasted the same, heavy with a hum that I couldn't quite hear, but couldn't ignore either. By afternoon, I stumbled across a small stream. I dropped to my knees, splashing water on my face, trying to ground myself in something real, something tangible. The cold bit into my skin, and I clung to that sensation like a lifeline. But when I looked into the stream, I froze. The reflection staring back at me wasn't my own. It was her, the one from the tower. Her eyes locked on mine, lips curling into a smile that did not belong to me. And then she lifted her hand in that same slow wave. I jerked back, nearly falling into the water. My breath came in ragged gasps as I stared at the surface, but the reflection had shifted back to mine. Tired, pale, hollow-eyed. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that for just a moment, I hadn't been alone in that water. For just a moment, the version of me in the tower had leaned closer, slipping further into the world where I thought I was safe. That night, I didn't dare pitch my tent. I walked until my legs ached, until the stars wheeled above me in silence. I told myself if I kept moving, the tower wouldn't find me. But when I finally stopped to rest beneath a pine, I saw the glow again through the trees, steady and patient. The tower was always there, no matter how far I went, and the figure inside was always waving. By the time the third night fell, I no longer pretended I was escaping. The tower would always be there. The more I ran, the closer it seemed to draw, like a lantern at the end of a hallway that stretches forever. My legs ached, my water was low, and my food was almost gone. But none of that mattered anymore. What haunted me was not hunger or thirst, but the certainty that the figure inside the tower, the other me, was waiting for a moment when I stopped resisting. I made camp in a hollow beside a fallen tree, the ground damp and uneven. I didn't bother with the tent. The ritual of pitching it felt pointless. I unrolled my sleeping bag and sat with my back against the bark, watching the tree line. I thought I might cry, but no tears came. Fear had boiled down to something sharper, something almost like acceptance. When the watch light came on, I didn't flinch. The glow bled through the trees, faint at first, then bright enough to paint the world in pale color. The beam cut across the ground, and when it touched me, I felt a heat that wasn't physical but sank into my bones. Slowly, I lifted my head and looked. There it was, the tower, impossibly near. Its windows burned yellow, and in them, as always, I stood. But something had changed. The figure inside wasn't waving anymore. She stood with her hands braced against the glass, face pressed close as though trying to break through. Her eyes were wide, locked on mine, and then, without lifting her hand, she beckoned. I knew I shouldn't move. Every instinct screamed at me to stay rooted, to ignore it, to survive another night. But my body betrayed me. I rose to my feet, legs trembling, drawn as if strings had been threaded through my skin. The beam followed, narrowing until it seemed like a path carved through the dark. Step by step, I walked toward it. The forest shifted around me. Trees that had been familiar bent into new shapes, branches clawing overhead like ribs. The air thickened, filled with that low electrical hum, vibrating against my teeth. My breath came shallow, and yet I couldn't stop. Each stride carried me closer until the tower loomed above. Its legs blackened and rotted, its ladder stretching upward like an open jaw. I tilted my head back. The figure still watched from the window. I reached for the ladder. The wood was soft, almost pulsing under my hands, but it held my weight. I began to climb. The higher I went, the more the air pressed against me, heavy as water. My chest tightened, my fingers ached, but I kept pulling myself upward. Below, the forest blurred into nothingness. The world shrank until there was only me, the tower, and the glow that seeped from above. At last, I reached the platform. The boards creaked beneath me, sagging dangerously, but I didn't stop. The cabin door stood open, a rectangle of yellow light spilling into the night. I stepped inside. The air was thick, humming like the inside of a live wire. And there, in the far corner, she waited. Myself. She was exact in every detail. The same tangled hair, the same dirt-smudged clothes, the same hollows under her eyes. But her expression was not mine. She smiled faintly, almost tenderly, as if welcoming me home. "You came," she said. Her voice was my own, but softer, reverberating strangely against the walls. I couldn't answer. My throat closed tight, words trapped in fear. She rose, her movements deliberate, and crossed the small room. When she stood before me, I realized with horror that her eyes weren't quite right. They shimmered faintly, as though behind them was not flesh and thought, but the endless reflection of light. "You've been running," she said, "but you belong here. You've always belonged here." I shook my head, stumbling back until my shoulders hit the wall. "I don't." Her hand lifted, pressing gently against my chest. It was warm, steady, too real. "You do. That's why you saw me. That's why you can't leave. The tower remembers. And now it has you." I tried to push her away, but her grip tightened, stronger than my own strength could resist. The hum in the air grew louder, vibrating through the floorboards, through my bones. My vision blurred, tilting, until for a moment I couldn't tell if I was standing inside the cabin or staring up at it from below. "Look," she whispered. And I did. The windows no longer showed the forest outside. Instead, they reflected me, dozens of me, hundreds, all layered in glass. Some were younger, some older, some broken and hollow-eyed, some smiling with a peace I didn't recognize. Each one lifted their hand in a slow, synchronized wave. My breath shuddered out. The figure before me leaned closer, her face inches from mine. "There's room for you," she said. I don't know how long I stood there, pressed between her hand and the wall, watching the infinite versions of myself wave in unison. Something in me began to slip, to soften, to believe. Maybe this was where I belonged. Maybe the tower had always been waiting for me. But then, faint and distant, I heard something else, a voice. It was the hiker I'd met that first day, the man who had begged me not to camp near the tower. His words returned sharp and desperate. "Don't stay. It's waiting for someone. If you stay, it'll think you're the one." The memory cracked through the haze. I twisted, forcing myself to break eye contact, and shoved against her with everything I had left. For one breathless second, she resisted. Then her grip loosened, and I stumbled free. The cabin shook violently. The hum rose to a scream, rattling the walls, splintering the floor beneath my boots. The reflections in the glass blurred, their movements out of sync, their waves frantic and jagged. I bolted for the door. The platform swayed under my weight as I ran, boards splitting behind me. The ladder stretched downward like an impossible descent, but I didn't hesitate. I climbed, half jumping, half falling, hands burning, wood cracking beneath my grip. The air roared, filled with a light that pulsed like fire. When my boots hit the ground, I collapsed, chest heaving. I looked up, expecting to see the tower blazing above me. But it was gone. The night was dark, silent, ordinary. The forest loomed with its familiar shapes. The stars shone cold and distant, and the ridge stretched on as though nothing had ever stood here at all. I lay there trembling, unable to move, listening to the rasp of my own breath. At dawn, I forced myself upright. My body ached, my palms were raw, but I was alive. And where the tower had been, there was only empty earth, scarred faintly as though something heavy had pressed down for too long. I left that ridge without looking back. I walked until the trail spit me out near a road, where the sight of cars and people felt unreal, like another hallucination. I wanted to tell someone, to warn them, but the words lodged in my throat. Who would believe me if I said I had seen myself waving from a place that doesn't exist? Even now, weeks later, I wake at night to the hum. I see the faint flicker of yellow light against the wall, and for a heartbeat, I swear there is a figure in the window, hand raised in that slow, patient wave. I don't know if I escaped. I don't know if the tower let me go, or if I only ran far enough that it chose to wait. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I hear her voice again. My own voice, echoing softly in the dark. There's room for you. And I wonder if one night soon, I will wake to find the watchlight burning outside my window, the tower standing silent in the street, and myself inside, smiling down, waving me home. My name is Daniel Frost. I was raised in the Allegheny foothills, and the forest has always been more familiar to me than most human company. For the last 7 years, I have spent my seasons working as a surveyor and wilderness guide across the Monongahela National Forest in West Virginia. I know its ridgelines and hollows, the way the fog clings to Cheat Mountain in early autumn, the hush that falls on spruce stands after the first frost. I have learned to read signs in scat, tracks, and even the tilt of birds overhead. Yet all of that knowledge failed me. On the leaned against a sycamore that should have been no different from 1,000 others. I will tell it plainly, as I experienced it, without embellishment, though I know how impossible it may sound. I was patrolling a section near the Laurel Fork Wilderness, tasked with marking blowdowns along the ridge trail. The late afternoon sun came low, filtered through hazy air that smelled faintly of wet leaves and mineral soil. I had been walking since morning, my pack heavy with gear, and when I spotted the wide white trunk of a sycamore, I decided to rest. These trees are hard to miss. Their bark sheds in mottled flakes of gray, green, and pale cream, a camouflage of age. I set my back to it, pulling off my cap to let the cooling breeze touch my scalp. That was when I felt it, a faint shifting against my shoulder, like the tree itself flexed. Startled, I turned to look. The bark at the point where I leaned was peeling downward, curling in a way I had never seen. The flaking plates formed an arc, jagged but deliberate, a grin stretching wider as the seconds passed. Below the grin came a suggestion of teeth, rows of sharp, fibrous ridges made not of wood, but of overlapping bark chips, as though the tree had grown a maw. My first reaction was to laugh it off, convincing myself fatigue and light had tricked my eyes. But the longer I stared, the clearer the pattern became, until denial was no longer possible. I stepped back, heart hammering. The grin did not vanish when I moved. It seemed to pulse, edges lifting and falling, bark chips grinding faintly against one another. The sound was subtle, but I heard it, a chewing motion, wet and deliberate, as though the tree fed on its own skin. I fumbled for my water bottle, trying to steady my hands, taking long gulps to wash down the rising bile. The forest around me had fallen into an unnatural quiet. Not a squirrel darted across the leaves. Not a single warbler sang from the branches. My training told me to document anomalies, even when they bordered on the absurd. I pulled my field notebook from my pack, intending to sketch what I saw. As I raised my pencil, the grin widened further, and one of the bark chips detached, falling onto the ground between my boots. It landed with a moist smack, not dry and papery as bark should, but dark as if soaked in sap or blood. I crouched, touched it with the eraser end of my pencil, and nearly dropped everything when I realized the piece twitched. The fragment writhed like a grub, then stilled. I told myself to leave. The sensible thing was to walk back to my vehicle and report the incident, file it as unusual tree disease or fungal growth. But curiosity has always been my downfall, and some part of me, the part that has stared at tracks in mud until dusk, just to name the creature that left them, needed to be certain. I reached out and pressed my palm against the sycamore trunk. It was warm. Not the gentle warmth of sunlit bark, but a feverish heat, radiating with a pulse that matched my own. The bark under my hand flexed inward, as though something inside the tree shifted against me. I yanked my hand back, leaving behind a smear of sticky amber resin clinging to my skin. The resin smelled sour, acrid, not like pine pitch or sap, but closer to rot. My fingers tingled where it touched, as if tiny sparks danced along the nerves. I stumbled back several paces, breathing hard. The grin on the sycamore seemed to quiver. Amused, I know how insane that sounds, but I swear the pattern of peeling bark had reshaped itself. Corners lifting upward in mockery of my fear. I could not shake the sensation of being watched. Not just by that tree, but by the entire grove around me. The other sycamores stood silent, white limbs reaching skyward, but I no longer trusted their stillness. Dusk was sliding over the ridgeline, bleeding the sky into bruised purple. I told myself I would mark the location, return later with a camera, and prove whether fatigue or something else had missiled me. I took out my compass to set a bearing. The needle spun wildly, circling without pause, as if the iron filings inside were frantic. I tapped the glass, shook it, but it never settled. My throat tightened. I had relied on that compass for years, and it had never betrayed me until now. I decided to take the trail back the way I came. Yet when I turned, the path seemed unfamiliar. Angles subtly altered, landmarks gone. The fallen birch I had stepped over earlier was no longer across the trail. The split boulder I had noted for orientation was absent. Instead, the forest had rearranged itself into uniform trunks and endless leaf litter. I spun in place, panic rising, the sycamore's grin looming just behind me no matter how I turned. I walked quickly, then faster, until I was nearly running, each step cracking twigs underfoot. My pack thudded against my back, straps biting into my shoulders. Every few paces, I thought I heard something pacing me, branches snapping just out of sight. The sound was not animal, it was heavier, rhythmic, as if another pair of boots mirrored my own, but landed half a second after. I refused to look back, fearing I would see not a person, but the sycamore itself uprooted and following. When the dark settled, I had no choice but to stop. My flashlight beam cut a narrow cone through the trees, illuminating trunks that all looked the same. I had no idea where I was. My phone flickered with no signal. The forest, once my compass and companion, had become a labyrinth. Exhaustion gnawed at me, so I chose a hollow between two rocks to sit and catch my breath. I told myself to wait until dawn, when orientation might return. As I unrolled my emergency blanket, I heard a sound. Faint at first, then clearer chewing. A slow, deliberate crunch, as though teeth ground wood to pulp. It came from every direction, echoing softly, surrounding me. I froze, blanket half spread, listening as the sound rose and fell, rhythm steady, patient. The chewing came closer, a wet tearing mixed in, like bark being stripped. My flashlight flickered, then steadied, beams sweeping across trunks that seemed closer now, their mottled bark shining pale like bone. I did not sleep that night. I sat with my back to the rocks, knife in hand, every muscle trembling. The chewing never ceased. At times it faded into the distance, then surged near again, as if the trees themselves drew breath. I pressed my palms to my ears, but the sound lived inside my skull, resonant as a heartbeat. I counted minutes by the sweep of my watch, each second dragging like an hour. When dawn finally came, pale light dripping through the canopy, I dared to move again. The forest looked ordinary. Birdsong returned. Squirrels scurried. My compass lay steady, needle pointing north as though nothing had been wrong. For a moment, I believed I had imagined it all, a waking nightmare birthed by exhaustion. But then I noticed the ground at my feet. Scattered around the rocks were bark chips, not fallen naturally, but arranged in a circle. Each fragment was moist, dark, and shaped like teeth. And in the center of the circle lay my field notebook, which I had stuffed in my pack the day before. It was open to a page I had not drawn. There, in rough strokes that looked carved rather than penciled, was an image of the sycamore's grin. Beneath it, words spelled in jagged letters. Yao Yu Len Tao Os. I did not write those words, yet my handwriting surrounded them. Margins filled with notes I remembered making the previous day. The foreign text had been pressed over my own, gouging deep into the paper, as if something used my hand without my consent. I closed the notebook, tucked it away, and began walking toward what I prayed was the real trail. But I carried with me a truth I could not deny the forest had spoken. The sycamore had fed, and I had been marked. The descent from that ridge felt endless. Every step down through the Monongahela seemed familiar in form yet wrong in detail, as though the forest had been rebuilt overnight by something that only half understood how paths should flow. Trails forked where none should have. Fallen logs lay in places I could not recall. I tried to keep my bearings by the rising sun, but even that seemed dulled, pale and tired, as though the light itself was reluctant to pierce the canopy. Hours slipped by with little progress. I stopped twice to check my notebook, hoping the sketches of landmarks from previous days would match what I saw. They didn't. Every page now bore faint indentations, scratches pressed from the other side of the paper that aligned into strange looping shapes. They looked like letters, but not from any alphabet I recognized. The deeper I stared, the more the markings seemed to rearrange themselves, curling like vines into mockeries of words. I closed the book quickly, shoving it into the deepest pocket of my pack. By noon, I came upon a stream I didn't recognize. Its water ran clear but carried an oily sheen, catching light in rainbow slicks that swirled unnaturally against the current. I bent down, cupped some in my hands, then hesitated when I caught the scent. Bitter, metallic, like rust. A frog croaked somewhere downstream, though its voice sounded muffled, underwater even as it broke the surface. My thirst clawed at me, but I resisted. I pushed on until I heard the chewing again. At first faint, like the memory of sound lodged in my ears, then rising until I swore it was just behind me. I turned sharply, flashlight ready even in daylight, beam trembling across trunks. No movement, only trees, dozens of sycamores among them, their mottled bark flaking in pale smiles. I forced myself to move faster, though each step seemed to drag as though roots clung to my boots. The chewing stopped abruptly. In its place came whispering. Not words exactly, but cadences, tones that mimicked speech. The sounds rippled between the trees, sometimes low like a muttered prayer, sometimes high and sharp like laughter. I strained to catch meaning, but the whispers tangled together until they sounded like my own name. Daniel, repeated softly, coaxing. I shouted then, more out of desperation than courage. My voice cracked, echoing off trunks, swallowed quickly by silence. The whispering ceased. What replaced it was worsey. The forest began to breathe. Branches shifted in unison, not with the breeze but in rhythm, as though the entire grove inhaled. The canopy swayed outward, then fell still, followed by a deep groan from within the earth itself. My chest tightened, panic clawing my ribs. I backed away, tripping over a root, and when I scrambled upright again, I realized the sycamores had closed in tighter. They weren't closer by distance. They simply felt larger, trunks wider, crowns taller, their bark grins more defined. I ran, not caring for bearings, not caring for sun or compass. I ran until my legs burned, lungs ragged. And when I stopped, the forest around me was entirely foreign. I found myself in a clearing I had never seen before. At its center stood a massive sycamore, broader than any I had measured, its trunk scarred by lightning, yet still alive. Its bark peeled in thick sheets, curling back like lips pulled taut. The grin stretched nearly the width of my shoulders. At its base lay remnants of gear, rusted tent stakes, torn nylon, a boot half buried in soil. I crouched, brushing aside leaves to see clearer. The boot was modern, hiking grade, its laces frayed but intact. Inside, not rot, not bone, but bark chips packed tight. Each chip quivered faintly as though alive. I staggered back, gagging. My foot caught on something, and I fell hard onto my side. When I looked, I saw another notebook lying open in the leaves. Its cover was stained, pages warped by damp. Across the top page was scrawled a name, Evan Mercer. I knew that name. He was a graduate student who had gone missing in the Monongahela 3 years earlier, last seen near Laurel Fork. His disappearance had sparked one of the largest search and rescue operations in the state, and no trace had been found. Until now. The page beneath his name was filled with sketches. Trees with mouths, roots coiling like hands, human figures pressed against bark as though being absorbed. The final sketch chilled me most, a sycamore trunk with a face inside it. Not drawn but imprinted as if the page itself bore a rubbing from bark. The face was contorted, eyes shut, mouth stretched in a silent scream. I dropped the book and stumbled backward. The great sycamore's grin widened, bark chips tumbling down in steady rhythm. The sound echoed in my skull like applause. My knees buckled, and I clutched my head, whispering no, over and over. When I opened my eyes, the ground was shifting. Roots pressed upward through the soil, curling like fingers, dragging remnants of cloth and bone with them. The clearing reeked of decay, but threaded through it was that same acrid resin smell. I forced myself to move, darting toward the tree line. As I crossed the edge of the clearing, the whispers surged again, sharp and urgent. I could not decipher them, but they drove me faster. My legs moved without coordination, my pack snagging on branches, tearing fabric. At some point I realized the sun was dipping low again, and dread struck me. Another night in this place could mean death. Just before dusk, I stumbled upon something mercifully human. An old survey marker, half buried, its paint chipped but legible. My chest filled with relief. I traced the letters with my fingers, grounding myself in proof that people had been here. I adjusted my course downslope, hoping it would lead me to the service road. But as night fell, the forest changed again. The chewing returned louder now, accompanied by cracking, as if trunks split open. My flashlight revealed eyes. At least I thought they were eyes, glowing faintly from hollows in bark. They blinked in unison, dozens at a time, then vanished. My breathing grew shallow, my knife slick in my hand. I pressed forward until exhaustion forced me to stop. I found a small depression beneath a rock ledge, crawled inside, and tried to barricade the opening with fallen branches. The chewing surrounded me still, punctuated by rustling as if something dragged itself across the leaf litter. I held my breath, every muscle rigid. Hours dragged like days. Sometime past midnight, I must have drifted, because I woke to find the branches I had piled moved aside. In their place, leaning against the opening, was my own notebook. It was open to a fresh page. Across it, in jagged letters gouged into the paper, were the words, "While will be Taken wrote." I threw the book away from me, heart hammering. The gouges were deep enough to tear the page, faint sap like residue seeping along the cuts. My hands trembled uncontrollably. The forest was not simply watching me. It was claiming me, one step at a time. I clenched the knife tighter, whispering to myself that dawn would come again, that I could still escape. But a deeper truth gnawed at me. I had leaned too close, and something in that sycamore clearing had marked me. I feared the forest would not let me go until it fed fully. And beneath all the fear, a darker realization formed. One I tried to push away but could not ignore. The missing. Even Mercer and perhaps countless others. They hadn't vanished. They had been consumed. The Monongahela was feeding, and now it was my turn. When the gray of dawn finally broke, It was not relief that washed over me, but dread. Light only meant that I would see more clearly the proof that none of this had been a dream. The branches I had dragged to block the rock ledge lay scattered several feet away, as though carefully removed. My notebook was gone again. I searched the ground outside, checked every hollow, but it was nowhere. The absence weighed heavier than if I had found another gouged warning. It meant something else had taken it. I forced myself onward, climbing from the hollow with legs that trembled from cold and exhaustion. I followed the slope downward, trusting gravity if nothing else. The air smelled damp and sharp, laced with the resin stench that had haunted me since the sycamore's grin. Every so often, I caught glimpses between trunks. White mottled bark standing straighter than the rest, flaking in patterns I tried not to examine. The chewing was faint now, far but constant, a sound threaded into the forest silence like a low drum beat. By mid-morning, I stumbled onto a logging road. Relief crashed through me so suddenly I nearly wept. The gravel was uneven, grass sprouting in its center, but it was man-made. Proof of an exit. I turned left, knowing the road should eventually curve toward Route 33. My boots crunched steady rhythm, each step a fragile reassurance. But the forest did not release me easily. As I walked, I began to notice impressions in the gravel. Shallow, fresh, shaped like bare feet. At first I thought they belonged to another lost hiker, but the strides were too long, the spacing uneven, as though the walker dragged itself. Worse, the prints were wet, as if pressed by something leaking sap instead of blood. They glistened in the morning light, amber smears marking each step. I slowed, crouched to examine one. The outline was not entirely human. Toes splayed wide like roots, heel fading into nothing. The gravel around the impression was damp, and when I touched it, my fingers came away sticky. The resin smell intensified. I followed the prints for maybe half a mile before, realizing they circled back onto the road from the woods. Not once, but several times. The same barefoot tracks looping, intersecting, always returning to my path. Whoever, or whatever, left them was not lost. It was pacing me. I pushed forward faster, ignoring the ache in my thighs. The chewing rose again, louder than before, echoing through the hollows like hundreds of jaws grinding bark. My pulse spiked. The road seemed to stretch endlessly, curving in ways that made no sense. I swore I saw the same downed telephone pole twice, the same rusted barrel 3 times. The forest was folding around me. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw the ranger station. A squat log building with its green tin roof, glinting weakly in the pale sun. Relief hit me so hard I nearly collapsed. I sprinted the last stretch, stumbling onto the gravel lot, gasping as though I had crossed a finish line. The front door creaked when I shoved it open. Inside, the familiar smell of coffee grounds and piner and filled my lungs. Maps pinned to corkboard, radios stacked on the desk, logbooks neatly piled. It all looked normal. Too normal. My body shook with adrenaline, but for the first time in days, I was under a roof, in a place I knew. I called out, hoping another ranger had returned from patrol. Silence answered. The radios hissed faint static, but no voices came through. I set my pack down and gripped the edge of the desk until my knuckles whitened. I would log everything, I told myself. I would document it cleanly, clinically, so that it could not be dismissed. I opened the nearest logbook and froze. Across the top page, my name was written in thick black marker dal. Arspas NT. Below it, rows of names were listed, each marked with a single word beside them. Some I recognized. Volunteers, fellow rangers, missing hikers from old reports. Evan Mercer's name was there, the word Ticken written beside it. Others were marked routed. Still others were labeled FE'd. My stomach churned. I flipped the page with trembling hands. The pattern continued, dozens of names, each assigned a fate. On the final line of the page, my name appeared again, but not in my handwriting. Next to it was scrawled one word, WITING. A crash outside jolted me. I grabbed my knife, crept to the window, and peered out. The gravel lot was empty. No vehicles, no figures. Just the tree line, sycamores standing at the edge, their bark flaking in slow, deliberate curls. I backed away from the window, panic setting in. The radio on the desk crackled suddenly, loud in the quiet. A voice whispered through static. At first I couldn't make it out. Then, clear and sharp, came the sound of chewing. Wet. Grinding, amplified until it filled the room. I yanked the plug from the wall. The sound continued, even with the radio dead. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the chewing lived inside my skull, vibrating through bone. My knees hit the floor. I thought of bolting, of running back out into the forest, but something in me knew there was no leaving. The Monongahela had marked me. The sycamore had claimed me. The forest wanted me to hear it feed. The logbook still lay open on the desk. I forced myself to crawl back to it, scanning the names. Some were familiar from case files, others I had never seen before. One line near the middle caught me hardest. No RABOL RENGR TKN. Nora had been my partner 2 years earlier. She had transferred west, or so I had been told. Now I knew she had never made it out. My vision blurred with rage and terror. I slammed the book shut, shouting into the empty station, demanding the forest face me directly. The chewing stopped instantly. Silence swelled, heavy and complete. For a moment, hope sparked. Maybe I had broken through. Maybe the spell had ended. Then the station lights flickered. The smell of resin thickened until it burned my throat. From the corners of the room, bark chips began to fall. They sifted down from the rafters, rattled across the floorboards, spilling from shelves. I scrambled back, watching as the chips wreathed where they landed, twitching like living things. They piled higher, forming a ring around me. The floor creaked. I looked up, and my breath caught. The wood of the station walls was peeling itself. Knots twisted into shapes of eyes, grains warping into grins. The building itself was turning into sycamore. I bolted for the door, crashing out into daylight. The lot was no longer empty. Roots had broken through the gravel, coiling upward like snakes. They reached for my boots, scraping across leather. I tore free and stumbled down the service road, knife clutched tight, lungs burning. Behind me, the ranger station groaned, timbers splitting as if the forest swallowed it whole. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes, hours, it blurred. At some point I found myself back on asphalt, a thin county road winding through the mountains. My truck was gone, but power lines overhead hummed faintly, proof of civilization. I collapsed on the shoulder, sobbing until my throat ached. When I finally lifted my head, I saw it a sycamore growing on the roadside, alone but tall, its bark flaking into that familiar grin. At its base lay my notebook, open, waiting. My name is Ivy Wallace, and I am employed as a geological surveyor in the Appalachian region of West Virginia. Over the years, my work has taken me into ridges and hollows few people see, beyond maintained trails and far from tourist overlooks. My profession demands solitude, patience, and a steady hand when recording the quiet truths etched into stone and soil. I am trained to notice the subtle fractures in shale, the lean of sandstone faces, and the slow creep of moss along granite ledges. What I did not expect to find, however, was evidence of something that had no place within the measurable world. The day began like so many others. I packed my transit, field book, and tape, hiking in beneath an autumn canopy already thinning from October winds. The air smelled of iron and wet leaves, a tang sharp enough to sting. My boots struck against lichen, spotted boulders as I followed a stream uphill, tracing its course to where a scatter of stones broke free from the slope and formed a natural amphitheater. Boulders leaned against one another, as though had tumbled down ages ago and never bothered to settle properly. It was on those boulders that I noticed the first marks. At first glance, they appeared like natural striations, scratches left by rockfall or ice long ago. Yet the closer I drew, the less natural they seemed. The grooves were deep, unnaturally parallel, as if something with deliberate force had raked across the stone. 4 cuts at a time, wide enough to suggest claws, though no black bear in these mountains could leave such symmetrical impressions. My tape showed the marks running half a meter in length, each channel cut clean and smooth, as though made yesterday, not centuries past. I crouched and ran my gloved fingers along the grooves. A faint powder of fresh rock. Dust clung to the edges, not yet worn by rain. The sight left me unsettled. Bears sharpened claws against trees, not stone. Cougars had long been absent from these forests, and even if one prowled again, its talons could not carve granite with surgical neatness. Still, I recorded the marks in my field book, sketched their pattern, and told myself erosion sometimes mimics intention. Science must prevail, even when unease whispers otherwise. The afternoon waned. Sunlight filtered through skeletal branches, scattering across stone and fractured gold. I worked my way along the amphitheater, discovering more scratches on neighboring rocks. Some ran higher than I could comfortably reach, as if whatever creature had scored them possessed stature beyond any native animal. My unease grew heavier, a weight pressing against the rational corner of my mind. When shadows lengthened, I resolved to camp nearby for the night. It was not unusual for me to set a tent in remote hollows when distances made return impractical. I cleared a small patch of leaf litter near the stream, pitched my tent, and built a modest fire. Flames licked upward, their crackle masking the deeper quiet of the woods. As darkness thickened, I caught myself glancing back toward the amphitheater, toward the stones waiting in their mute congregation. The marks seemed to shimmer in the shifting light, as though they belonged less to the stone than to the shadows themselves. I ate a simple meal, beans and jerky, and tried to focus on the warmth rather than the unease tightening across my shoulders. Sleep came reluctantly. Each time my eyes closed, I imagined claws dragging across fabric, sparks leaping from stone as talons bit too deep. The forest remained strangely hushed, absent of the usual owls or rustling deer. When I finally surrendered to exhaustion, I did so beneath a silence that felt imposed rather than natural. At dawn, I rose stiffly and unzipped the tent. Mist curled low over the ground, turning every branch into a pale phantom. The fire had dwindled to ash, gray against the damp earth. I walked back toward the amphitheater, intending to check the marks once more before continuing my survey. Yet when I arrived, my legs faltered beneath me. The grooves were no longer scattered, chaotic scratches across stone. During the night they had multiplied, grown deeper, and stretched across boulder after boulder until they aligned into a single word. Sty. The letters sprawled jagged and uneven, each carved stroke a composite of claw marks. The word towered higher than I could reach, spanning the faces of multiple rocks, as though some vast hand had written its warning during the hours I slept yards away. The fresh dust of stone lay scattered like frost at the bases of the boulders. My first thought was impossibility. My second was that I should not be here. My training demanded I record the evidence, so I forced trembling hands to sketch the word. Each line felt like betrayal, an admission what I saw could not be dismissed as chance. A stone fall could not arrange itself into letters. No animal could compose a message in English. I stared at the command until my eyes burned. The longer I looked, the more certain I became that the word was not simply carved but gouged with purpose, each groove still radiating a faint sense of violence. I turned, intending to leave at once, but hesitation pinned me. Part of me argued I should respect the directive. Another insisted curiosity had carried me too far to abandon the discovery now. My boots shifted restlessly between those impulses. It was then I noticed something worse. The soil around the boulders bore tracks, indentations I had not seen the day before. They resembled no boot or hoof, but deep elongated impressions with ridges like knuckles pressed into earth. The shapes curved in arcs, circling the amphitheater as though some immense thing paced while carving its message. The mist swirled through those tracks, and I felt as if they still held warmth, as if the creature had only recently departed. I do not recall deciding to step back. I only remember the rising panic in my chest, and the certainty that something unseen had been close enough during the night to reshape stone. Within earshot of my campfire, the knowledge sat like a cold stone in my stomach. I packed my gear swiftly, fumbling straps and ties, ears straining for any sound beyond my own breath. The woods remained unnaturally still, that same silence which now seemed to mock me. Yet as I shouldered my pack, I caught sight of the word again, looming across the stone, and an irrational thought seized me. Perhaps the message was not threat but instruction. What if leaving was precisely the mistake that would doom me? The paradox froze me in place. Leave and disobey. Stay and risk whatever carved it finding me again. I realized with horror that both choices felt equally dangerous. Still, instinct demanded movement, and I chose the path downward toward the trailhead, telling myself daylight offered safety. My boots struck hurried rhythm against the ground, each step pulling me farther from the amphitheater. I did not dare glance back. Even so, the sensation of eyes upon me clung like a physical weight between my shoulders. As I descended, I tried to conjure rational explanations. Perhaps vandals had carved the word during the night. Perhaps the marks were an elaborate hoax left to frighten surveyors like myself. Yet those explanations faltered when I remembered the freshness of the grooves, the impossible depth of each stroke, and the claw-like precision that no tool I knew could replicate without leaving secondary signs. My mind grasped for anchors, but found only shifting sand. Hours later, I reached the lower slope where the stream broadened into a shallow pool. I paused to drink and calm my breathing. My reflection trembled on the water, distorted by ripples. Behind me, in that wavering mirror, stood the faint outline of the boulders, with the word carved across them, though they should have been far uphill, hidden from sight. I blinked, and the reflection smoothed to ordinary trees. My hands shook too violently to scoop more water. I staggered back, certain now that whatever had written its warning had not remained behind in the amphitheater. It had followed, patient and unseen, waiting to see whether I obeyed. The rest of the morning passed in a haze of unease. Every footfall felt amplified, as though the forest floor carried the sound ahead of me to something waiting further along. The trees leaned inward, skeletal branches netting together, and the light never quite seemed to penetrate. I walked fast, yet my progress felt slow, as though the trail resisted, stretching longer than it should. My breath clouded the air, though it was not cold enough for frost. I found myself glancing at my compass, seeking comfort in a needle's certainty. It spun twice before settling north, and I had to swallow down the taste of bile. By midday, I forced myself to stop. The slope leveled out near a clearing where boulders jutted through the soil, like knuckles pushing up from beneath. I wanted distance between myself and the amphitheater, yet as I set down my pack, the air thickened with a familiarity that made my stomach knot. These boulders, two bore marks, not as distinct as the first, but faint grooves scattered across their flanks, as though the same claws had dragged here before dulling with age. I touched one, and the stone felt warm, like breath trapped within it. I told myself it was imagination, a trick of nerves. Still, I chose not to linger. I drank water, chewed a few dry crackers, and kept moving. Each hour felt heavier than the last, as if gravity itself deepened with every step. I began to notice that the forest birds remained absent. The squirrels and chipmunks too. No underbrush stirred. The silence was not simple stillness but vacancy, as though life itself had retreated. Only the trees stood watch, and in their crooked trunks, I sometimes thought I glimpsed patterns, arches forming letters that blurred when I tried to focus. By late afternoon, the trail should have brought me near the old service road where my vehicle waited. Yet the path wound endlessly down, doubling back without familiar landmarks. The stream I had been following vanished altogether, though I had not noticed it fading. My map grew useless when the contours refused to match. I began to wonder if I had obeyed the command after all, if some unseen boundary had sealed itself behind me when I left the amphitheater, trapping me within a place layered over the one I thought I knew. As the light bled toward dusk, exhaustion pressed in. I had no choice but to make camp again. My body trembled with the thought, yet my legs would not carry me further. I found a shallow depression beneath a ridge and set my tent, each motion jerky, frantic, as though speed could anchor me. I gathered wood, though the branches felt damp to the touch even when brittle. The fire smoldered reluctantly, coughing smoke that clung rather than rose. When darkness came fully, I sat beside the flames, knees drawn close, watching shadows push against the firelight. My ears strained for sound, but the only rhythm was my pulse hammering too loud. I tried to focus on ordinary tasks, jotting notes in my field book, forcing myself to write down what I had seen, to tether experience into words. My handwriting wavered, letters crooked, and I hated how unsteady the account looked. The word carved across the boulders replayed in my mind until it seemed less like a message and more like a voice, not carved but spoken in stone. The first noise came deep in the night. Not an animal, not wind. A dragging, low and resonant, as though something vast pulled itself across soil. The fire had burned down to embers, and I stared at the faint glow until tears pricked my eyes. The dragging came again, closer, ending in a dull scrape that rattled through the ground beneath me. My body refused to move. Only my breath betrayed me, ragged, too loud. Then, silence. I do not know how long I sat, rigid, until sleep stole me without consent. When I woke, gray dawn filtered through fabric. My hands were stiff, fingers cramped around the pencil, still clutched in my field book. I unzipped the tent, expecting mist again, but what met me froze the marrow in my bones. Around the tent, in a perfect circle, the soil had been carved. Not with words this time, but with marks deeper and wider than before. Each gouge curved inward, creating concentric rings, as if a great claw had turned circles through the earth around me. My tent had been the untouched center of a ritual I did not understand. The dirt walls of the grooves glistened with moisture, though no rain had fallen. I crouched, hesitating, then touched the soil. It was not simply damp. It was warm, the way flesh is warm when cut open. I yanked my hand back and scrubbed it against my pants, but the sensation clung. The smell rose faintly metallic, coppery. A stench I knew from split knuckles on fieldwork. The ground had blood. I stumbled to my pack and crammed my belongings inside without order. I had to leave, even if the trail twisted against me. Yet the circle offered no exit. Every direction was scored. I forced myself to step across, boots crunching into the groove. And though nothing shifted, I felt a ripple of disapproval sweep over me, like breath against my ear. The hike became frantic. I no longer marked bearings or checked compass, no longer tried to map progress. I only moved. Branches clawed at my arms, snagged hair across my face. My lungs burned. The forest blurred, a smear of endless trunks, indistinguishable. At intervals, I caught glimpses between trees, the amphitheater again. The word sta carved larger, as if the boulders themselves had multiplied and inserted into the landscape wherever I looked. No matter how far I pushed, the command followed, etched in stone that had not been there moments before. By the time the sun set again, I collapsed on my knees, strength spent. I had circled back, or the forest had folded me back, to another clearing. Not the first, not the second, but some echo of both. The boulders stood in a ring, their surfaces raw with fresh claw marks. At their center lay something new. A slab, flat and clean, its surface unmarred but expectant. I could not step closer. My body recoiled, though my mind strained toward it. Every instinct screamed that the slab was not empty ground, but invitation, a place prepared for something yet to come. I backed away, stumbling. My breath ragged. Night surged around me, thicker than any I had known, stars blotted as if the sky itself withdrew. I fled into darkness, carrying nothing but my field book against my chest. Somewhere between the pounding of my boots and the hammer of my heart, I realized the silence had broken, not with life returning, but with a new sound. A slow tapping, deliberate, keeping pace. At times it struck from ahead, at times from behind, yet always close, never visible. I did not look. To look would have been permission. When exhaustion finally overcame me again, I had no fire, no shelter. I sank against the trunk of a sycamore, its bark peeling in pale strips like old skin. My eyelids dragged down, though terror begged them open. In the final moments before sleep, I thought I felt the tree shift against my back, as though it leaned closer, listening. Morning came gray, and when I rose, I found my field book open in my lap, though I had closed it. The page that faced me bore new writing. Deep grooves pressed through paper and into the cover beneath. The words were uneven but legible. Youbelong. The letters had not been made by my pencil. They were gouged, torn into the pulp with something sharp. The strokes so violent the pages above and below were shredded. My throat closed as I stared. The forest did not want me to leave. It had marked me, claimed me. And in the faint rustle of leaves around me, I thought I heard the sound of stone being carved, steady, patient, waiting for me to move again, so it might write the next line. The moment I read those words carved into my field book, I knew I had crossed beyond any rational explanation. My profession, my training, all of it felt like paper armor against a storm. You, B-L-O-N-G. The phrase pulsed in my skull, as though the forest itself whispered it, with each sway of the branches. I snapped the book shut and shoved it into my pack, though the act was useless. The message had already reached me. I tried again to find the service road. My compass jittered, refusing to settle, the needle trembling like it feared its own direction. Each ridge I climbed promised a vantage point, yet each summit revealed only more forest folding upon itself. Valleys mirroring valleys, endless repetitions of the same slope. Time bent strangely. Hours passed without the sun moving, then shadows lengthened in a single blink. My watch ticked, but the hands jerked forward in uneven leaps, as though they too were trapped in the forest's rhythm. At some point, I do not remember how, I stumbled into a structure, a cabin, low-roofed, its timbers sagging but intact. Relief struck me hard, the kind that buckles knees. Human hands had built this place, and human presence meant escape. I staggered toward it, nearly weeping with the thought of 4 walls and a door to bar. The cabin sat crooked on a stone foundation, its boards weathered gray. The door hung slightly ajar, swaying on a hinge though no wind stirred. I pushed it open, the creak loud enough to echo through the clearing. Inside, dust blanketed every surface. The air smelled of pine sap and something older, something metallic and sour. A table stood in the center, a single chair tucked beneath. Against the far wall leaned shelves with scattered tins and rusted tools. At first glance, nothing seemed sinister, just abandonment. But then I noticed the walls. Carvings covered every beam, gouged deep into wood darkened by years. At first, I thought they were random claw marks like those on the boulders. But no. Closer inspection revealed they were letters. Thousands of letters. Names. Each beam bore them, line after line, hundreds stacked upon hundreds. Names etched with the same violent precision. Each stroke a wound. I scanned them, hard in my throat, until one caught me cold. My own, Ivy Wallace. Carved clean into the timber near the window. The wood splintered where my surname cut deepest, as though written with particular intent. My body went still, breath shallow. I stepped back, bumping the table. The chair scraped, loud in the silence. I wanted to flee. Yet some compulsion held me. I turned the names in my mind. If mine was here, others must have belonged to surveyors, rangers, hikers. People who had come into these woods and never left. My skin prickled with the thought that the cabin was not built as shelter, but as ledger, a place to record ownership. The floor creaked behind me. My head snapped around, but no one stood there. Only the door, open to the pale light outside. Still, the boards had groaned under weight not mine. I stepped forward carefully, every muscle tight. The carvings seemed to vibrate in the corner of my eye, as though the names pulsed with their own life. I could not bear to remain. I ran, back into the trees, away from that cabin. Branches tore at my arms, snapped against my face. My pack thudded against my spine. The field book inside like a heart too large, beating against me. I did not stop until darkness fell once more, and by then my throat burned raw and my legs quivered near collapse. Night in that place was unbearable. Without fire, the dark pressed close, suffocating. My thoughts spiraled until I no longer trusted them. I whispered to myself simply to hear a human voice, but even that felt borrowed, as though the forest repeated my words a beat too late. When exhaustion broke me, I curled beneath a log, clutching my knees, praying for sleep to pass quickly. Dreams came instead. In them, I stood before the amphitheater again, the boulders looming larger than mountains. The word sta stretched higher than treetops, each letter a canyon I could walk into. Something moved within those canyons, shadows immense, shapes crawling along the grooves, sharpening them with each pass. A figure stood beside me, tall and indistinct, its form like smoke bound into shape. It leaned close and spoke with a voice that ground like stone. "You belong." I woke screaming, my throat raw, the words still echoing. The forest answered with silence. Morning revealed more carvings. Not on stone, not on wood, but on me. My arms bore faint red lines, parallel, curving as though letters half formed. They did not bleed, not yet, but burned when touched. I wrapped sleeves over them, refusing to read what they spelled. The knowledge alone was terror enough. Panic finally pushed me past reason. I no longer cared for maps or bearings. I ran downhill whenever slope allowed, desperate for escape, ignoring hunger, ignoring pain. I thought if I moved fast enough, I could outpace whatever stalked me. But the forest shifted with me. Valleys bent wrong, streams reversed course. Ridges split to reveal boulders spelling their endless command. Each time I blinked, the letters seemed closer, taller, until I feared opening my eyes at all. It ended, if it can be called an ending, at the edge of a clearing. I broke through brush into open space and fell to my knees, chest heaving. Before me rose a wall of stone, sheer and smooth. No natural cliff, but something sculpted. Across its face sprawled the culmination of all the messages. Not stay, not Wayubialonge, but a single word so vast it devoured sky. Min, each letter towered above treetops, carved deeper than canyons. The grooves wide enough to swallow rivers. Dust hung in the air, freshly cut, choking my lungs. The stone thrummed beneath my palms as if alive, the word resonating through marrow. My body froze, pinned not by fear but by command. I could not move, could not blink, could only kneel as though the letters themselves pressed me down. I do not know how long I remained there. Minutes, hours, maybe days. Hunger ceased, thirst dulled. The forest no longer seemed hostile but possessive, like a hand closed around me. I understood then. Leaving had never been possible. From the moment I traced the first claw mark, I had been written into its ledger. My name joined the others, carved into wood, etched into stone, inscribed across flesh. The forest does not allow trespassers. It keeps what it claims. I am still here. I do not remember how many nights have passed. The sky never brightens fully. The shadows never retreat. My field book lies open on my lap, and new words etch themselves even as I write these lines. My hand moves without command, scratching letters that are not mine. The page before me spells again and again, Mayan, Muyan. If anyone finds this record, know this. The marks across stone are not warnings. They are bindings. When you see them, it is already too late. The forest will not let you go. It will carve your name as it carved mine. And soon, you too will belong. My name is Elias Kerr. And I have always carried me a conviction that the wilderness, despite its dangers, is not malicious. I believe the forest to be indifferent, a vast and ancient host of stone and pine, whose perils were the result of chance and nature, not intention. That belief was tested and ultimately undone during the trip I am about to recount. I tell it not to entertain, but to preserve a record of what my companions and I experienced. For the truth is so strange that even I would doubt it, if not for the marks it left on my body, and the memories that wake me in the night. The journey began with 4 of us: myself, Henry Rourke, Megan Foster, and a younger man named Kyle Renner. We had all known each other in loose circles, friends of friends, occasional climbing partners. But this particular excursion into the wilderness was the first time we traveled together as a group. The plan was straightforward enough: a 3-day trek through the backcountry of West Virginia, along a trail network that was well charted, but remote enough that we expected to see few other hikers. Henry was the one who insisted we do it before summer ended. He had that restlessness about him, as if every weekend not spent outdoors was wasted. We drove out in Henry's old Jeep, the kind that smelled of damp gear and oil, no matter how thoroughly it was cleaned. The forest closed around us as we left the highway, the road narrowing into gravel, then dirt. I remember the air being heavy with late August heat, that restless wait before the season's first real storms. By the time we parked at the trailhead, the light was already slanting amber through the canopy. From the first mile, the silence of the place felt profound. It was not that the forest lacked life. There were the usual chirps and rustles, the occasional crack of a branch under something's weight. But the sound seemed to sink into the trees rather than carry. Megan remarked on it after our first hour of walking. "It's like the woods are swallowing the noise," she said, her voice low as if afraid to test the truth of it. None of us replied, but I think we all noticed it too. We reached our first campsite near a narrow creek. Henry strung a tarp between 2 oaks, Kyle busied himself with the fire pit, and Megan and I collected water. It was ordinary enough, though I could not shake a vague unease. I told myself it was just the adjustment period, the mind's reaction to stepping away from civilization. That first night passed without incident, but I dreamt poorly. I woke several times with the sense that someone had spoken near the tent, only to find the forest still and dark, the fire reduced to faint embers. At dawn, I told myself it had been nothing more than the mutterings of my own half-sleep. On the second day, we pressed deeper into the woods. The trail was more rugged, rising and falling with the contours of the land. We crossed ridges, where the wind sighed through high grass and descended into hollows, where the air turned damp and cool. At one point, Kyle pointed out claw marks on a fallen log, long grooves in the softened bark. "Bear," he said with confidence, though none of us had actually seen one. Henry just grinned and muttered something about it keeping us on our toes. By evening, we reached a clearing, where the trees gave way to a small meadow, surrounded on 3 sides by tall pines. It seemed an ideal spot to set up camp by: flat ground, dry soil, and the creek not far away. We pitched our tents and collected deadfall for the fire. The sun dipped early behind the tree line, and with it the strange stillness seemed to deepen, as though the forest were holding its breath. It was Megan who first brought up the subject of food storage. "We should hang the bags tonight," she said. "No sense in waking up to paw prints in camp." She was right, of course. We tied our provisions into 2 large sacks and secured them with rope, tossing the lines over thick branches, high above the ground. Henry double-checked the knots, tugging on them with that stubborn thoroughness of his, until the bags swayed like pendulums 10 feet above our heads. After supper, we sat around the fire. The conversation was light at first. Old tropes, small jokes, the kind of half-stories people tell when the dark presses in. But the silence of the forest was like a third presence among us. More than once, I caught Kyle staring into the trees as if expecting something to emerge. I cannot say why, but I found myself doing the same. It was as though the woods were not merely quiet but attentive, listening to us with a patience that unsettled me. When sleep finally took me, it was not restful. I dreamed of ropes creaking above me, of weight shifting against branches, of shapes hanging in the trees where the food bags had been. The dream was so vivid that when I woke in the early gray of dawn, heart hammering, I expected to see those shapes still swaying. Instead, what I saw was worse. The fire was ash. Mist clung low to the ground, dampening the grass around our tents. The ropes were taut above us, leading to the branches where our supplies had been hung. The bags remained untouched, dangling lightly in the morning air. But from the branches around them hung 4 new shapes us. I was looking at myself. There is no easy way to explain this. Each of us, Henry, Megan, Kyle, and myself, hung limply from the trees, our bodies swaying with the faint morning breeze. The ropes were coiled cruelly around our torsos, our heads tilted, faces slack. I saw my own arms dangling, my boots darkened with dew. And yet at the same time, I was lying on the ground in my tent, breathing ragged, staring up at this impossible scene. I do not know how long I stayed frozen like that. My breath came in shallow gasps, and I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. The others were stirring too. Megan let out a cry. Henry cursed sharply. Kyle scrambled out of his tent with panic in his eyes. They had seen it as well. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the vision seemed to dissolve. The ropes above us were empty again, save for the food bags. No bodies hung from the branches. The mist thinned, and the forest seemed to breathe once more. But the 4 of us knew it had been real, if only for a moment. The terror on their faces was proof enough. We did not speak of it immediately. Instead, we busied ourselves with breaking camp, each of us moving quickly, almost frantically, as though keeping our hands occupied would keep our thoughts at bay. Henry tried to mask his fear with brisk orders. Pack the gear, check the ropes, douse the fire. But his voice trembled. When we finally set out again, the forest felt altered. The trail ahead seemed less certain, though I knew we had not strayed. The silence pressed heavier than before, and more than once I caught the others glancing upward, at the branches above us. None of us could forget the image of ourselves swaying there. Around midday, we stopped for water. Megan crouched at the creek, her reflection wavering in the current, and I saw her flinch as though something had moved beneath the surface. Kyle muttered that he felt watched. Henry told him to shake it off, but his own eyes betrayed unease. It was then I began to sense a pattern forming, though I dared not speak it aloud. The forest was not merely showing us visions, it was placing us in them. The claw marks on the log, the ropes, the dangling bodies, each seemed staged, as if the wilderness itself were arranging pieces of some grim tableau in which we were unwilling actors. The rest of that day stretched long. Every sound, Every flicker of shadow set our nerves on edge. By the time we reached another clearing suitable for camp, the sun was already sinking. None of us wished to stay, yet we were too exhausted to press on. We repeated the ritual of hanging the food bags, though our hands shook as we tied the knots. That night, the dreams came again, stronger and more vivid. I dreamt of waking to find myself bound, my body hoisted slowly upward by unseen hands. The ropes cut into my skin, and above me the branches groaned with weight. My vision blurred, and yet I could hear the others gasping beside me, all of us strung like effigies in the dark. I woke drenched in sweat, the sound of creaking still echoing in my ears. The forest outside was silent, the fire long gone cold. For a moment I dared not move, convinced that if I unzipped the tent, I would find the clearing filled with our own lifeless doubles hanging once more. When the first light touched the canopy, I forced myself outside. The bag still swayed above us, untouched. No bodies. But Henry, Megan, and Kyle emerged looking as shaken as I felt. We had all shared some version of the same dream. I wanted to believe it was fatigue suggestion, the mind playing tricks. But deep down I knew it was something more deliberate, something that had chosen us the way a hand chooses pieces on a board. The forest was not indifferent after all. It was watching. It was waiting. And it wanted us exactly where it had placed us, dangling from the branches like offerings. The second morning felt heavier than the first, as though the forest had drawn closer around us overnight. Every step we took along the narrow trail felt watched, and even the rhythm of our boots striking soil seemed swallowed whole by the trees. I wanted to speak, to name aloud what we had all seen and dreamed, but words caught in my throat. To voice it felt like making it stronger, like feeding it. So I stayed quiet, as did the others. Henry tried to break the silence with practical talk, pointing out landmarks on his map, reminding us how many miles we had left before we looped back toward the trailhead. But there was no comfort in his numbers. The distances meant nothing now. For every ridge we crossed, for every hollow we descended, the forest seemed only to deepen, as though it were folding in on itself, drawing us further from anything familiar. Around mid-morning, Megan stopped abruptly. She was staring at the ground where the trail curved, around a cluster of rocks. At first I thought she had spotted animal tracks, but when I came closer I saw the prints were human. 4 sets of footprints, side by side, pressed deep into the soil. They matched the tread of our own boots exactly. "What the hell?" Kyle muttered. He crouched to compare his sole to the print. The match was perfect. Henry scowled and shook his head. Could have been anyone with the same kind of boots. But his voice lacked conviction, and we all knew it. The spacing, the weight, these weren't just similar prints. They were ours. Megan whispered. "Then where are they leading?" The prints trailed head along the path, but after 20 yards they veered off into the undergrowth, disappearing into the trees where no trail existed. The sight of it tightened my chest. It was like looking at a choice already made for us, one we had no memory of taking. We pressed on, but none of us spoke much after that. Each time I glanced at the ground I half expected to see our steps diverge again, guiding us into places we hadn't chosen. By afternoon, the weather turned. Clouds gathered, heavy and slate-colored, the kind that muffle light and bend time. The air smelled of rain, and the forest grew darker though the sun hadn't yet set. We hurried, hoping to reach a spot that offered some cover before the storm. We found one, a grove of hemlocks clustered tightly together, their branches weaving a kind of canopy. The ground beneath was soft with needles. It wasn't ideal, but it would keep us dry. We pitched our tents close, almost touching, the way children huddle near each other for safety. Henry insisted we still hang the food, so we did, though our eyes lingered on the ropes longer than necessary. Rain came heavy after dark, drumming on the tarps and tents with relentless force. Water hissed in the fire until it went out entirely. The sound was so constant it masked nearly everything else, but underneath it I swore I heard something else. Another rhythm, like a slow creak of wood strained under weight. I pressed my hands over my ears, convincing myself it was only branches bending in the storm. Sometime after midnight I woke. At first, I thought the storm had ended. The rain had stopped, and the silence felt abrupt. Then I realized I wasn't in my tent. My body was suspended, arms pinned to my sides, rope cutting into my chest. The ground was far below me, blurred by shadows. My breath caught, and I felt the sway of the branch beneath me. I looked around and saw Henry, Megan, and Kyle beside me, dangling too, their heads slumped, their mouths parted in silent gasps. All of us hung in a perfect row, like grotesque ornaments. Above us, the ropes groaned, fibers straining. I tried to shout, but my voice broke into nothing. And then I woke for real, flat in my tent, breath tearing through my lungs. The others stirred almost simultaneously, as if roused by the same invisible hand. Megan gasped, clutching her arms as though feeling phantom rope burns. Kyle scrambled out of his tent and vomited into the wet needles. Henry sat motionless, eyes wide, saying nothing. We didn't need to speak it. We had all been there again. Dawn was cruel that morning. A weak gray light that barely penetrated the canopy. Our nerves frayed, we debated whether to push deeper or turn back. Henry argued for moving forward, saying the loop would take us out eventually. Megan wanted to retrace our steps, but even she admitted she wasn't sure the forest would let us. In the end, we chose forward. If only because the thought of walking back, past those identical footprints, seemed unbearable. The day stretched long and punishing. We found no trail markers, though we should have seen several by then. The map was useless, the landmarks didn't align. The silence pressed closer, until even the wind seemed reluctant to stir. Then, late in the afternoon, we found the bags. They hung from a cluster of trees just off the trail. Not just one or two, but 4 of them, swaying gently. At first, I thought they were our provisions, somehow relocated, but when Henry cut one down and pulled it open, he found it filled with nothing but soil and stones. Another was packed with damp leaves, another with strips of bark. The last one was empty except for rope coiled neatly inside. I don't know what unsettled me more, the absurdity of it, or the suggestion that someone, or something, had gone to the trouble of arranging them. Megan whispered, "They're not food bags. They're us." Her words struck harder than I wanted to admit. Each sack a placeholder, each branch already chosen. That night, none of us slept. We sat close together in the dark, fireless, our nerves too raw to risk drawing attention with flame. The forest was utterly silent, and in that silence I could hear my own heartbeat, loud and frantic. Somewhere in the night, Kyle began to mutter. At first I thought he was speaking in his sleep, but then I realized his eyes were open, glassy, fixed on the branches above. His lips moved as though reciting something, though the words were too faint to catch. Henry shook him, and Kyle, startled, swore, insisted he was fine. But his hands trembled, and I noticed faint red marks across his arms as though rope had pressed there. Toward morning, Megan finally broke. "We can't stay another night out here," she whispered. "I don't care if we walk until our feet bleed. I am not letting this place put me in a tree again." None of us argued. We packed in silence, hardly touching the food. The bags above us swayed, empty or filled with their strange contents, mocking us. We left them there, unwilling to cut them down again. The day blurred into a march. I lost track of how long we walked. Hours, certainly, but time seemed warped. Once I thought I saw the trailhead sign in the distance, its wooden posts dark against the trees, but when we reached it there was nothing. Another time, I glimpsed a fire tower rising through the branches, only for it to vanish when I blinked. At one point, Megan stumbled. When I helped her up, she pointed to the dirt beside the trail. Carved into the soil with deliberate strokes were 4 words: Eshingyuntiel Sunaisi. The letters were rough but legible, gouged deep by something sharp. Kyle began to laugh, high and wild, until Henry slapped him hard across the face. The sound cracked through the forest, startling even the birds into brief flight. But after, the woods swallowed the noise again, leaving us shaken in its wake. By the time we found another clearing, the sun was sinking low, bleeding amber light through the canopy. We didn't want to stop, but exhaustion pinned us down. Our legs ached, our throats were dry, and none of us had the strength to argue. As we pitched camp, I realized we no longer spoke of hanging the food. Not one of us suggested tying the ropes. We were too afraid of giving the forest another stage, another prop to use against us. We ate little, each bite tasteless in our mouths, and sat in darkness, too afraid to light a fire. Sleep didn't come easy. When it did, it was fractured. Haunted, I dreamt of walking through the trees and finding myself again and again. Dozens of bodies, each one mine, dangling in silence. Some hung fresh, eyes still wide. Others were husks, hollowed and swaying. I woke choking on a scream, my throat raw. The others were awake too, their faces pale in the starlight. None of us asked what the others had seen. We already knew. That night, for the first time, I wondered if the forest wasn't just showing us what might happen, but rehearsing it, preparing us, looping us through the same terror, until at last it made the vision real. And I began to think it didn't matter how far we walked, or in which direction. The forest was not measured in miles. It was measured in how long we lasted before sunrise found us hanging from its branches. The third day began with a silence so total it felt physical, like cotton pressed into our ears. The forest had always been hushed, but now it was devoid of even the smallest stir. No birds, no insects, not even the sigh of wind through the canopy. It was as if the woods had entered a pause, waiting for something, waiting for us. We didn't talk much as we walked. Every word felt dangerous, like it might call the forest's attention, more sharply than it already held us. The air had grown colder overnight, though the season should have kept it warm. Each breath came out pale in the morning light. I tightened my jacket, feeling a dread that ran deeper than the chill. Henry led, though his usual confidence had cracked. His eyes flicked constantly to the trees, and he gripped the map with white, knuckle hands even though we all knew the paper was useless here. Megan stumbled once, nearly falling, and Kyle caught her arm. She mumbled thanks, but her gaze lingered upward where branches stretched like blackened ribs. Around noon, we came upon something that stopped us cold. In the center of the trail, nailed into the trunk of a towering oak, hung a rope. It dangled like a pendulum, swaying though there was no wind. At its end was a knot tied perfectly for a noose. Megan whispered, "It's setting the stage again." Henry swore under his breath and tore the rope down. He hurled it into the brush, as if that act alone could break the spell. But not 30 minutes later, another rope appeared, tied to a pine by the trail. Then another, stretched between two birches like some grim banner. Wherever we walked, the ropes were waiting. I began to understand something then. Not fully, but enough to shiver. The forest wasn't just preparing to hang us. It was reminding us that we belonged in those branches already, that the bags were placeholders, the visions rehearsals, the news is inevitable. We were only walking the length of our own tether, delaying the moment when it finally pulled tight. By late afternoon, the light dimmed unnaturally. Shadows spread long before the sun should have dropped. We came to a ridge, and on the far side, through thinning trees, I saw what looked the parking lot where we had left Henry's Jeep. The sight hit me like a blow. I could almost hear the slam of its door, smell the damp leather seats. "Do you see it?" I asked, desperate for the others to confirm. Kyle shook his head. "I don't see anything." But Megan whispered, "I do." Henry said nothing. His jaw tightened, and he started down the ridge. We followed, scrambling over roots and rocks, hearts pounding with something like hope. But as we descended, the forest shifted. The LUT wavered, blurring into trees. When we reached the bottom, there was nothing but another hollow, dark and cold. Megan collapsed to her knees. "It's never going to let us out," she said. Henry crouched beside her, gripping her shoulders too tightly. "Don't say that. Don't you dare. We keep moving." But even he didn't sound convinced. That night we didn't bother with tents. We huddled together in the open, as if staying visible to each other might hold back the worst of it. None of us hung food. The ropes swayed in the branches above anyway, dozens of them, as though the forest had already decided to do it for us. I don't know when I drifted into sleep, but when I did, the dream was worse than before. I was hoisted higher, the rope burning deeper into my chest. Below me, Megan and Kyle thrashed against their bindings, their faces purpling as they tried to breathe. Henry hung silent, already slack, eyes rolled back. And then I realized there were more than 4 of us. The trees were full of bodies, stretching in rows upon rows, swaying gently like a forest of human fruit. I woke screaming. The others woke too, each of us gasping, clutching our arms, necks, chests. Red whelps marked our skin where rope had never touched. "It's not waiting," Kyle said hoarsely. "It's already started." His words sank into me like ice. We tried to keep moving at dawn, but our pace faltered. Exhaustion gnawed at us, and the forest seemed to loop back on itself. We passed the same fallen log twice, the same boulder with its face scarred by moss. Hours stretched without progress. The ropes above us grew thicker, more numerous, as if the trees themselves were sprouting them. By afternoon, Henry snapped. He turned on the rest of us, wild-eyed, gripping his knife. "It's us or it," he snarled, though what meant I couldn't tell. "Something's feeding on us. We can cut it out." Before I could stop him, he slashed at one of the ropes dangling above. The fibers split, but instead of falling, the rope bled. A thick, black ichor dripped onto his hand. Henry stumbled back with a cry, dropping the knife. The tree shuddered, branches creaking, as though the forest itself had been wounded. That was the moment I realized we weren't just walking in a haunted place. We were inside something alive. The forest wasn't staging horrors for us. It was digesting us slowly, like prey wrapped in a spider's web. The air grew heavy after that, suffocating. Each breath was effort. By dusk, we staggered into another clearing. It was the same meadow we had camped in on our second night. I recognized the trees, the slope of the grass. We had walked in a circle without realizing it. Our ropes still hung from the branches, and beside them now dangled four shapes. They were us. Again. But this time the bodies were fresher, their faces clear. Mine stared down at me, mouth slack, skin mottled with the purple of strangulation. Megan whimpered, clutching her head. Kyle began sobbing. Henry stood rooted, silent, as though looking into a mirror too perfect to deny. We didn't approach. We didn't touch them. We simply watched, and the forest watched with us. Night came, and with it the final unraveling. The ropes slithered from the branches like living things, coiling down toward us. One brushed my arm, slick and warm. Megan shrieked, batting at it, but another wound around her wrist. Kyle tried to cut one with his knife, but it coiled faster, binding his arms to his sides. Henry roared and slashed wildly, severing one strand, but three more replaced it, wrapping his chest. I ran. I don't know how, or in what direction, only that my legs carried me blindly through the trees. Behind me I heard Megan's screams, Kyle's muffled gasps, Henry's curses breaking into gurgles. The sounds followed me until they didn't, until only my breath and the pounding of my heart remained. I don't remember falling, but I must have, because when I woke it was morning. The sun had risen, pale and cold, filtering through thin branches. I lay on the forest floor alone. My pack was gone, my knife gone, my friends gone. Above me, 4 bags hung neatly from the branches. At first I thought they were food bags again, but when I looked closer, I saw they weren't. One bulged with soil, another with leaves, another with bark, and the last one swayed empty, its mouth yawning open as if waiting. I staggered away, half mad, and somehow, though I can't say how, I reached the trailhead by dusk. The Jeep was still there, dust, coated, waiting. I drove until the trees thinned, until the forest fell behind. I never found Henry, Megan, or Kyle again. Their families filed reports. Search parties combed the woods, but nothing turned up. I told no one the truth. Who would believe it? That the forest doesn't just take people. It keeps them, rehearses them, hangs them again and again like scenes in a play it refuses to end. Now, even in town, I can't escape it. Sometimes, when I pass a tree in a park or along a street, I see a rope swaying though there is no wind. Sometimes, at night, I wake with red marks across my arms or chest, burning as though the rope has been there all along. And always, when dawn breaks, I wonder if the forest is done with me, or if it is only waiting for the right moment to pull the rope tight and finish what it started. Because I know as surely as I know my own name, that one sunrise, I will wake to find myself dangling from the branches, swaying among my friends in that endless grove. And when I do, the forest will finally have what it wanted from the beginning. My name is Mira Dalton, and for as long as I can remember, the wilderness has been both a refuge and a riddle to me. I was raised on the edge of forested, land where fireflies came out in late June, their small lantern bodies drifting among the maples like living sparks. I used to chase them barefoot, hands cupped, believing if I caught one, it might whisper a secret I was meant to know. That childish superstition faded as the years passed, but the woods never lost their pull on me. Perhaps that is why, when my friends invited me on a late, season camping trip, I accepted without hesitation. I believed I knew the forest's language well enough to read it, to trust it, to belong within it. What happened out there proved how little I actually understood. We had chosen a remote spot, far from any maintained campground, in the folds of the Appalachian Highlands. There were 4 of us: myself, Levy, who had organized the trip, his younger sister Hannah, quiet and observant, and our friend Carter, who always had a laugh waiting, even in situations that didn't deserve one. We were young enough to crave the thrill of isolation, but old enough to know that preparation mattered. At least, that was what I believed at the time. I packed my gear with care: tent, sleeping bag, provisions, and of course, fire-making supplies. A camp without fire felt incomplete, like a body without breath. I could not imagine that this simple necessity would be the thing denied to us. We hiked in with the last light of day folding itself into the ridges. The forest was painted in long shadows, the trees black cutouts against a copper sky. It took us nearly an hour to reach the clearing Levi had marked on his map. It was a modest hollow, rimmed by tall pines with a flattened space at its center that seemed perfect for a fire ring. I dropped my pack, stretched my stiff shoulders, and felt the quiet settle around us. No highway hum, no voices beyond our own. Only the hiss of wind weaving between branches and the distant cry of a night bird. We worked in practiced rhythm, setting up tents and gathering fallen wood. Hannah stacked the smaller kindling carefully. Carter carried in larger branches, and Levy dug a shallow pit. I crouched with my lighter, smiling at how natural it felt, like breathing in rhythm with the forest. The twigs caught flame for a moment, a small orange tongue licking upward. But just as quickly, the fire sputtered and vanished. I frowned and tried again. Another spark, another bright kiss of flame, and then nothing. I thought perhaps the wood was damp, so I stripped smaller twigs, peeled bark, shaved curls with my pocket knife, anything to coax the flame. Each time, the spark appeared, danced, and drifted upward, as though drawn by some invisible thread, leaving the tinder below unburned. At first, we laughed. Carter teased me about losing my touch. Levy made a joke about cursed wood. Hannah simply watched with her wide, steady eyes. But as we took turns, as match after match failed, as lighter after lighter hissed useless sparks into the dark, unease began to replace amusement. It wasn't that the sparks were vanishing. They were rising. Each one lifted into the air, glowing faintly, drifting above us like embers with minds of their own. They didn't disappear. They circled, faint orange specks hanging in the dusk, weaving paths like fireflies. Dozens of them, then more. They swirled above our heads, no smoke, no heat, only the ghost of flame given shape. I told myself there had to be some explanation. Some quirk of static, some chemical residue, some trick of wind. But I could not explain why the sparks lingered, gathering as if they were alive, as if watching. Levy cursed softly, shoved the failed tinder away, and stood glaring at the circling glow. Hannah whispered, "They look like they're spelling something." Her voice was so low I nearly missed it, but once she said it, I saw it too. The drifting sparks bent and curved, pausing in patterns, tracing shapes like letters half formed. A word trying to teach itself to be written. Carter, ever reckless, laughed and reached up, trying to grab one. His hand closed on empty air, but for an instant his palm lit from inside. A faint outline of glow that sank beneath his skin. He yelped and shook his hand as if stung, though he claimed it didn't hurt. We all watched his fingers, expecting to see a burn, but there was nothing. Only a faint shimmer that faded like dew in sunlight. "That's wild," he said, too loud, trying to keep the edge of fear out of his tone. I could hear it anyway. Night pressed in fully then, black and weighty, and without fire we had only our lanterns. Their artificial glow looked sickly next to the living sparks still hovering above. We tried again, every method we knew. Flint and steel, fire starter gel, even paper from Livy's journal. Nothing would catch. Every spark, every ember ignored the wood, rose to join the circling swarm. And that swarm grew restless, spiraling tighter, weaving in lines that stretched and bent until they did look like words. Crude, uncertain, flickering. But words nonetheless. I squinted and tried to read them, heart thudding with disbelief. One shape stood out clearly, a curve of light forming a single word. Lustan. I don't know if the others saw it as clearly as I did. Carter cursed again and kicked at the pile of wood. Levy muttered that we could manage without a fire. Hannah clutched her knees and stared upward. I could not look away. Leston. It was not a command from us to the forest, but from the forest to us. That realization twisted something inside me. I felt like prey that suddenly realized the hunter had been speaking all along, and I had simply failed to understand. We ate cold food, though I barely tasted it. My hand shook each time I reached into my pack. The sparks did not fade, not even after hours had passed. They lingered like a false constellation above our clearing, shifting into broken phrases, too fleeting to piece together. When I ducked into my tent, I still saw their glow through the fabric, a living aurora of ember light. My body craved sleep, but my mind refused it. Every rustle in the trees seemed amplified, every whisper of wind like words against my ear. I curled tighter in my sleeping bag, wishing for the comfort of flame, the simple crackle and smoke that had always marked safety. Instead, there was only the hovering glow, circling, spelling, waiting. Somewhere near midnight, I must have drifted. I woke with the strange certainty that someone had spoken my name. Not from outside, but from above, as if whispered by the sparks themselves. I pushed out of the tent, shivering though the night wasn't cold. The clearing lay silver in moonlight. The others slept, their tents zipped, lanterns dim. Above, the sparks had gathered tighter, weaving in strokes I could now read more clearly. My breath caught as I traced the letters with my eyes. They formed another word, Dangiar. A chill spread through me, rooting deep. I wanted to wake the others, but my throat locked. My rational mind scrambled for excuses. Fatigue, imagination, trick of light. But my body knew. The forest was speaking warning, and I did not yet understand from what. I stood frozen under that shifting sky. Sparks. My breath frosting in the moonlight, though the air should not have been so cold. The letters above me trembled, broke apart, and scattered back into swirling fragments like embers disturbed by a sudden wind. Yet the word they had spelled clung to me, as if it had been carved directly into my mind, Dangiar. For a long while, I simply listened. The forest seemed hushed, but not in the way of peace. It was the hush before something arrives, like the silence at the edge of a storm. I could hear the faint drip of water far off, the scrape of something shifting among leaves. and my own pulse beating far too loudly in my ears. I wanted to crawl back into the tent, zip myself in, and pretend none of it was real, but I felt certain if I turned away, I would miss something I was meant to witness. The glow dimmed slowly, scattering higher into the trees, until only a handful of sparks lingered, orbiting one another in loose circles. They reminded me of fireflies in summer again, but wrong. Wrong in how deliberate their movements seemed. I finally forced myself back into the tent, though sleep would not come. My eyes traced the faint outline of branches overhead, and I kept expecting to see letters reform, or shapes crawl down toward me. My lantern had gone out, and I did not dare relight it. I waited for morning like a prisoner counting hours. When dawn bled into the clearing, it brought no warmth. The sunlight was pale, washed out, as though it had to struggle through too many veils of cloud and shadow. The others emerged groggy, rubbing their eyes, unaware, or perhaps unwilling to admit, what we had seen the night before. Carter stretched and joked that breakfast would taste better cooked, then gave me a crooked smile that didn't reach his eyes. He didn't try to start the fire again. We ate granola and dried fruit in uneasy silence. Only Hannah spoke, her voice small. They weren't random. None of us asked what she meant, because we already knew. The day felt longer than it should have. We hiked a loop trail Levy had picked out, trying to convince ourselves that keeping busy would push away the unease. The forest was beautiful in the way old places are. Towering pines, damp earth, moss growing thick enough to muffle our steps. But the beauty felt hollow, like a painting hung over something rotting. Every so often, I thought I caught a flicker in the corner of my eye, as though sparks still hovered above us, invisible until they wanted to be seen. At one point, Carter froze mid-stride and raised his hand. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. I strained my ears and caught it too, a faint crackle, not unlike fire. Yet there was no smoke, no flame, only the sound threading faintly through the trees. We followed it off trail, against my better judgment, until the sound died as suddenly as it began. We stood in a small hollow, littered with stones blackened as if by fire, though no wood remained. When I crouched and brushed my fingers over one, soot came away, fresh enough to stain my skin. "Someone camped here," Levy said, but his voice lacked conviction. The stones formed no proper circle. They were scattered, charred unevenly, as though the fire had burned not above them but through them. We left quickly, returning to our marked path. None of us spoke of the stones. That night, back at camp, we tried again. It felt wrong not to at least attempt fire. Levi struck the lighter, Carter held the tinder. Hannah crouched with her hands clasped. I watched closely, waiting. The spark hissed, rose and drifted upward again. Another followed. Then another. Soon dozens. They circled as before, growing brighter, forming strokes of light that bent into words. This time there was no hesitation. The letters glowed with cruel clarity now. Seth. The air thickened, pressing heavy on my chest. Hannah whimpered and backed toward her tent. Carter swore under his breath. Levy slammed the lighter shut and hurled it into the dirt, his jaw tight. "I don't care what it says," he muttered. "It's not real. It's some trick, some weird gas or... I don't know. We're fine." But his denial sounded brittle. The sparks swirled tighter, bright enough to stain the clearing in orange glow. For a heartbeat, I thought they were shaping another word, but instead they fell apart, raining upward like reverse embers. until they vanished into the canopy. We stood in darkness, our breaths loud, our fear unspoken. That night I could not sleep at all. My eyes darted to every shadow, every flicker of light. The forest seemed restless. Branches swayed without wind. The ground beneath me felt unsettled, as though shifting in slow breaths. I thought of the word Dangir, the phrase Nautsaf, and wondered what they were warning against. Near midnight again, I heard movement outside. Not sparks this time, but footsteps. Soft, deliberate, circling the tents. My blood ran cold. I told myself it was Carter sneaking out to relieve himself, but the steps were too steady, too careful. Whoever, or whatever, was out there stopped just behind my tent. The thin fabric separated me from it. I held my breath, terrified of even the smallest sound. Then the zipper moved. Not far, just a tug downward, slow and testing. I clutched it from the inside with both hands, holding it shut. The pressure lingered, a faint pull, and then released. The steps continued, circling again, fading into the trees. I waited until silence returned. Only then did I dare to breathe again. When dawn came, I expected to find tracks. I searched the ground around camp, scanning the soil for impressions of boots or bare feet. There were none, only circles traced faintly in ash, as though the sparks themselves had walked. We argued over what to do. Levi insisted we stay the full trip, 3 more nights. He said leaving early would be ridiculous, that we were letting our imaginations rule us. Carter sided with him, though I saw the tremor in his hands. Hannah begged to go home. She looked at me, eyes wide, asking without words for me to support her. I wanted to, but part of me feared that leaving would not matter, that whatever this was had already chosen us. In the end, we stayed. The 3rd night was the worst. By then we had abandoned the pretense of making fire. We huddled in lantern glow, shadows pressing close. The sparks came anyway. They rose from our packs, from our sleeping bags, from the ground itself. They spun and danced until words took shape again. I watched, throat tight, as the message burned into my vision. DUSEOU. Hannah broke then. She screamed, clamped her hands over her ears, and stumbled toward the trees. Livy and Carter ran after her, shouting. I chased too, lantern swinging, light jerking across trunks. Sparks followed us, scattering through branches, flickering in mocking patterns. We found Hannah collapsed on the ground, sobbing. She pointed at the trees, but there was nothing there. Only more sparks, spelling more words, tow, late. I wanted to deny it, to laugh it away, but I could not. The words were real. The forest was speaking, and it was not on our side. We carried Hannah back to camp, but the sparks followed, clinging to us like a swarm. They whispered in crackling tones, faint but unmistakable. I swore I heard my own name among them, hissed and broken. Mira. Mira. That night none of us slept. We sat awake, watching the sky above the clearing burn with shifting letters. They scrawled warnings and accusations, a language of fireflies gone mad. Some of the words I could not understand. Some I understood too well. By morning, we looked like survivors of something already finished. But the worst had only begun. The morning after felt like a false reprieve. The sky above us was bright, washed in ordinary daylight, birdsong stitched faintly through the branches. If not for the exhaustion stamped into our faces, anyone would have thought it was a normal camping trip. But the sparks had written themselves into us. None of us could unsee the words. Too late. We see you. Levi paced, muttering about packing up. He still wanted to believe we could hike out, but his hands shook every time he tried to tie down gear. Hannah sat on a log, knees hugged to her chest, staring at the dirt. Carter smoked one of the crumpled cigarettes he swore he'd quit months ago, blowing thin streams into the air, his face tight and pale. I tried to keep busy, rolling tents, checking straps, but my stomach knotted with dread. Leaving didn't feel like salvation. It felt like running, and I wasn't sure what we were running from. I kept glancing at the tree line, expecting sparks to rise even in daylight. Sometimes I thought I saw them, small glints darting between branches, but whenever I focused, they were gone. By noon, we were on the trail, heading back the way we'd come. Our packs weighed double what they had before, not from supplies but from the gravity of fear. The forest around us seemed louder now, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, crows cawing in broken patterns. None of it sounded natural. After an hour, Carter stopped suddenly. "Do you smell that?" he asked. We all froze. At first I smelled only damp soil and pine, but then it hit me: smoke. Thin, acrid, biting at the back of the throat. Yet when I looked around, no fire burned. The smell came and went like a shifting current, sometimes strong, sometimes vanishing. We quickened our pace. The smoke smell thickened, and with it came something worse. A faint whispering, like dry paper tearing. At first I thought it was the wind, but then the whispers began to form shapes, half words threading through the air. "Listen. Danger. Not safe." We stumbled into hollow where the trees opened wide. At its center lay another ring of blackened stones, like the one we had found before. Only this one still glowed faintly red, as though embers hid beneath. Sparks drifted lazily upward, joining the air like insects, even though no wood burned. Hannah whimpered and clutched my arm. Levi cursed under his breath. "Don't stop," he said. "Keep moving." But as we stepped around the stones, the sparks stirred. They rose in a thick cloud, circling above us, brighter than before. The light bent into words again, harsh and undeniable. "Yo, you Beelinge." Carter shouted at them, swinging his arms. "We don't belong here. Leave us alone." His voice cracked, desperate, echoing against the ridges. The sparks didn't scatter. They thickened, swarming lower, brushing our shoulders and hair with faint, heatless light. I slapped at them, but my hands passed through. They clung like ghosts. Levi said, and we did. The trail twisted, our boots pounding dirt and root, lungs burning. The sparks followed. Not just above now, they drifted alongside us, ahead of us, tracing words mid-air as we ran Lustan. Stai. Toalat. The forest itself seemed to bend, every direction repeating, every hollow looking the same. I felt caught in a loop, as though we had run past the same tree a dozen times. At last we spilled into a rocky ridge, breathless, packs half open from the scramble. The view stretched wide, valleys folding into mist. For a moment, I thought maybe we had broken free. But then Carter pointed, and my heart dropped. Above the valley, sparks floated in impossible numbers, weaving across the sky like constellations. They stretched for miles, shifting, shaping, spelling words that only we could read. I saw phrases scattered like banners of lighty buesi yoyu, you bilan, to lati. Hannah screamed. It wasn't the shrill scream of fear, but the guttural cry of someone breaking. She dropped her pack and collapsed to her knees, hands tangled in her hair. Sparks swarmed around her, clinging like a crown. For an instant, I swore her eyes glowed the same faint orange. Levi pulled her up, dragging her, yelling at me and Carter to move. We staggered back into the trees, sparks closing in on every side. My chest felt hollow, my thoughts scattered. Words seared across the canopy, across the ground, across the air itself. The forest was spelling its claim. By dusk we stumbled into another clearing, this one stranger still. In the center stood a charred log, black as coal, smoke curling faintly from its cracks though no fire burned. Around it lay ash in perfect circles, as though something had walked there again and again. Sparks rose constantly from the log, whispering, crackling, shaping. They bent together into a single word that hovered above us as stay. Carter lost it then. He charged the log, shouting, kicking ash, swinging his arms. "We're not staying," he roared. Sparks swarmed him instantly, wrapping his body in a glow. He thrashed, screamed, but the light sank into him, tracing veins beneath his skin. I could see the letters forming on him, glowing words crawling across his arms, his chest, his throat. He fell to his knees choking, as if the words themselves were burning inside. We tried to reach him, but the sparks shoved us back. Yes, shoved. I felt pressure, invisible hands pushing against my chest, forcing me away. Levy cursed and pulled Hannah close, shielding her. I screamed Carter's name, but his body went rigid, glowing brighter. And then the light burst outward in a shower of sparks. When it cleared, he lay still. Ash covered him like a shroud. None of us spoke. None of us moved. We couldn't. The log smoked, the sparks swirled, and the words "tie" burned above us, insistent. Levy grabbed my arm. His face was pale, streaked with ash. "What, can't fight it," he said hoarsely. "We have to go." I shook my head, tears stinging. "Carter. Hay's gone." The words were a knife, but they were true. We ran again, not even knowing where the trail led anymore. Night fell like a dropped curtain, sudden and absolute. Our lanterns barely cut the dark. Sparks swarmed endlessly, spelling and unspelling words around us until my vision blurred. Less 10. Dakar. Au Belange. Toilet. Sta. They were everywhere. A living language we could not escape. At some point Hannah collapsed, too weak to go on. Livy carried her, his strength fueled by pure desperation. I stumbled after them, numb, hollow. The forest no longer felt like a place. It felt like a mouth closing around us. I don't remember falling, only waking. My cheek pressed to cold dirt, my body heavy with exhaustion. Sparks hovered inches above me, whispering in crackling tones. My name. Mira. Over and over, intimate as breath against my ear. I lifted my head and the sparks bent into words just for me, YOUHERUS. I wanted to deny it, to scream that I did not, that I could not. But I did hear them. Every word, every warning, every command. And I realized the cruel truth. The fire had never failed. It had been taken. Flame was their voice, their body, their will. They were not letting us light fire, because we had already entered theirs. Somewhere close, Hannah sobbed. Levy's voice broke as he tried to soothe her. I could not move, could not help. The sparks hovered closer, pressing their glow against my skin. I felt them seeping in, burning letters across my thoughts. The last word they spelled before the night consumed me was simple, final, undeniable. US. My name is Jonah Pike, and it is with a certain weight of formality that I choose to introduce myself in this account. I am not accustomed to speaking about myself in any embellished manner, however, given the nature of what I have endured. It feels necessary to state both my name and my presence in a precise way, as though setting a record straight. Words matter when memory threatens to blur, and I want there to be no doubt I was there, in that canyon. And what followed was not some misinterpretation of the mind, nor a fever dream brought on by fatigue. It happened to me, and my name, Jonah Pike, stands attached to it. I had traveled west for the promise of solitude. For months, life had pressed on me, like a weight I could not quite identify, a dull heaviness that gathered in the corners of my chest. The canyon lands of Utah seemed, in my imagination, like a place vast enough to dissolve it. Sheer walls of sandstone, the echo of wind through narrow passages, silence broken only by the occasional bird or shifting pebble. Such landscapes held an ancient gravity that called to me. Perhaps I thought that by entering them, some small balance could return. Perhaps, though I did not admit it then, I wanted to disappear into something older and less fragile than myself. I packed lightly a single-man tent, a bedroll, enough food for 4 days, 2 liters of water with a filter, and my journal. I always bring a journal. I am not one who trusts memory alone. I descended into the canyon in the late afternoon, the sun casting long shadows down the walls. The air was still hot, but already losing the oppressive sting it had carried at midday. I felt enclosed, yet paradoxically free. Above, the sky was a sliver of brilliant blue, framed by red stone. It was in those first hours that I became aware of how sound behaved differently there. My boots struck the path, and the noise carried away, stretching thin before bouncing back at me. When I called out, testing the acoustics, as people often do, the reply returned not quite right. It was my voice, yes, but thinner, as though filtered through dust. I laughed to myself and said my name, Jonah, and heard it cascade back in fragments. Jonah. Nah. Harmless. Playful. I camped at a bend in the canyon, where the walls curved inward, creating a hollow that felt almost like a room. I pitched my tent and set a small fire, with the kindling I had carried in, knowing full well that wood in this landscape was scarce. As darkness fell, the air grew cool enough that the warmth of the flames was welcome. I ate jerky and wrote in my journal by firelight, my pen scratching against paper in rhythm with the crackling wood. The first night passed without disturbance. Coyotes called somewhere far off, their howls unraveling into laughter like yips. The stars, unmasked by city glow, spread in dizzying clarity above me. I slept soundly, believing the canyon to be a keeper of solitude, just as I had hoped. The second day I ventured deeper, weaving between narrow passages, where the walls leaned so close overhead that only a ribbon of sky was visible. The heat intensified by late morning, and sweat slicked my back, but I pressed forward. I drank steadily from my water supply, refilling at a trickling spring I found seeping from the stone. The silence grew heavier in those deeper sections, as if sound itself had thinned out, leaving only the pulse in my ears. Around midday, I stopped to rest. The shade was sparse, but I found a ledge against the canyon wall where I could sit. Out of instinct more than boredom, I spoke again to hear the echo. "Hello," I said softly. The reply came back softer still, a breath more than a word. I tried again, louder this time. "Hello." What returned was strange. It came later than expected. A hesitation, as though the sound had traveled further than the walls around me should allow. And when it came, it was rougher, carrying a rasp that my own voice did not have. It said, "Hello, ello, lo." I frowned, unsettled but unwilling to give it power. Echoes could behave oddly in such formations, I reasoned. The canyon-shaped sound like water, bending it in ways unfamiliar to me. Still, I felt an unease tighten in my stomach. I spoke my name again, "Jonah," and the reply, though faint, came with that same coarse edge.
Jana.
The rest of the day I tried to ignore it, though I found myself less inclined to call out as I walked. The canyon seemed to lean closer around me, pressing in with each mile. When I finally returned to camp, the sun had dropped low, and shadows lay long and twisted across the sand. I built another fire, cooked a modest meal, and wrote a few lines in my journal, though my words were scattered. I remember staring into the fire and repeating silently, "It is nothing, it is nothing." But the mind is a restless thing. Lying in my tent that night, I replayed the echo over and over. The rasp was what clung to me, a tone too old for my voice, too worn. As though the canyon had not simply reflected me, but aged me in the process. Sleep came in pieces, broken by the sound of shifting rocks and the occasional gust of wind funneling through the stone corridors. At one point, I woke to what I thought was my own breathing, loud and ragged near my ear. But when I held my breath, the sound continued for a few seconds longer before fading. I convinced myself it was the canyon amplifying distant noises. And yet, I could not shake the impression that something had leaned close to my tent, exhaling. The next morning, I rose with a tightness in my chest. My appetite was dull, but I forced myself to eat. The canyon stretched before me, indifferent and vast. I packed my day bag and walked further still, deeper than I had gone before. The path grew less certain, the stone more fractured, as though few had ever passed that way. It was there, in the narrowest corridor yet, that the echo betrayed me entirely. I had stumbled, scraping my knee against rock, and cursed aloud. Damn it! The words had hardly left my mouth before they came back, but not as they should have. The return was immediate, too immediate, and louder than my own voice had been. Damn it! It barked, but with a gravelly depth, as if uttered by someone much older, someone whose throat had been scarred by years of dust. The voice filled the canyon, clapping back and forth until it seemed to come from everywhere. I froze, pulse hammering, my breath caught, and then came something worse. After the echo faded, another phrase followed, close and deliberate, Jana. It was not stretched thin by distance. It was not broken into fragments. It was whole, steady, and impossibly near. I spun around, staring down the corridor behind me, then forward into the narrowing path ahead. No one, no trace. Only the sandstone glowing orange in the relentless sun. My throat dried, and I felt my knees threaten to give. The air seemed thicker, charged, as though the canyon itself had drawn breath. I whispered, "Who's there?" but regretted it instantly. The walls carried the words away, and the reply that came back was not mine at all. "Who's there?" it said, mockingly, but the cadence was broken, rasping at the edges like torn cloth. I staggered backward until my shoulders met the rock wall. My body demanded I flee, yet some cold thread in me pulled toward the voice, compelled me to hear it again. The silence stretched, heavy as stone. I tried to convince myself it was still only sound, a trick of geology. But deep down, I knew better. That reply had not been delayed nor distorted. It had been closer than my own breath. I hurried back toward camp, stumbling in my haste, my pack jostling against me. My hands shook as I lit the evening fire, the small flames a fragile comfort against the pressing dark. Each crack of stone settling in the canyon made me flinch. I kept my journal open on my lap, my pen trembling against the paper as I wrote down what had happened, forcing myself to see it in words, rather than let it fester shapeless in my mind. When I finished, I closed the book and sat still for a long while, listening. The night carried no coyotes, no wind, only the brittle snapping of the fire. It was then that I heard it again, not carried by the canyon this time, but emerging from the darkness just beyond the firelight. My name, rasped and deliberate. Jonah. The fire should have comforted me, but in that moment, its glow only carved the canyon into sharper teeth. Shadows lunged up the walls, bending, trembling, as though caught in a silent frenzy. My breath came in uneven bursts, every inhale catching in my chest, every exhale threatening to betray me to whatever had spoken my name. I gripped the handle of my knife without realizing it. My palm was slick with sweat, the hilt slippery though the desert night had grown cold. The voice had not been loud. It had not needed volume. It had pressed against me like an intimate whisper, as though the canyon itself had leaned down, mouth to my ear. I turned in circles around the fire, my eyes trying to pierce the dark beyond the trembling orange glow. The canyon loomed silent, and that silence was worse than the rasp itself. It was waiting, I thought. Watching, I tried to speak, to demand that it show itself, but the words snagged in my throat. To call out would be to invite it. And yet, as I stood frozen, I realized the stillness was unbearable. My own silence was louder than anything else. So I forced myself to say something, anything at all. Leave me alone. I rasped, my voice unsteady. The canyon caught the words and returned them, but not the way it should have. They came back aged, cracked at the edges, and closer. Leave me alone. The echo landed not from the walls above, but from the sand just behind me, as though someone stood at my back. I spun, the knife rising clumsily in my hand, and slashed at nothing but air and shadow. The fire popped, sparks flaring upward. For a moment I thought I saw a shape beyond the glow. A ripple, a distortion of air itself. A suggestion of a figure with shoulders hunched and head bowed. But as I blinked, it dissolved into the night. My body knew before my mind did. I could not stay. I doused the fire in a rush of sand, collapsing the glow into smoke and embers. My pack was half prepared, but I threw it over my shoulder regardless, fumbling with straps, not caring what I left behind. My only thought was to move, to place distance between myself and whatever had called out from the dark. The canyon floor was treacherous in dim light. My headlamp swung with my stride, sending the walls lurching in and out of clarity. Each time I breathed, the rasp seemed to ride my exhale, like something hitching a ride inside my chest. When I stopped to listen, there was nothing. When I walked again, the sound returned, faint, shallow, but present. I pressed deeper into the corridors, as though forward was safer than back, though I could no longer tell the difference. My compass needle twitched uselessly, spinning when I tried to check my direction. The stone walls offered no landmarks. Every turn looked the same. Every bend swallowed my memory of the last. After what might have been an hour or more, I stopped, gasping. My water was nearly gone, though I had drunk sparingly. My legs shook with fatigue. I leaned against the canyon wall, pressing my forehead to the cool stone, and tried to gather my thoughts. That was when the wall breathed back. A warmth pulsed through the rock, a vibration against my skin. And from it, unmistakable, came my name again, Jonah. I recoiled, stumbling into the center of the path, my headlamp beam flailing wildly. I held the knife in front of me, though it felt more like a child's toy than a weapon. My heart pounded so hard, I thought the canyon would echo it back at me. And then, slowly, deliberately, Words rose from the stone itself. "You are late." I froze. The words were shaped like mine, yet broken by age, rasping as if spoken through a throat caked with dust. They did not bounce away. They clung. "You are late," it said again, softer this time, nearer. I backed away, tripping over my own pack straps. My lamp caught the suggestion of carvings on the wall, scratches and grooves I had not noticed before. I crouched, dragging the light close. Names. Hundreds of them. Some carved shallow, some deep, some crossed over with others. The stone looked as though it had been clawed by desperate hands, each name etched with uneven strength, and scattered among them one name repeated over and over. My own. Jonah Pike. Dozens of times, scratched at different depths, as if made across different years. My stomach twisted. My knees nearly buckled. I reached out and touched one of the carvings, tracing my name where the J curved. The groove was sharp, fresh. The canyon whispered again. The knife slipped from my hand, clattering against stone. I fumbled in my pocket for the journal I always carried, and as I pulled it out, I realized my hand was already moving toward my pen. A compulsion, deep and unshakable, swelled inside me. Write it. Write it. I opened the journal, the blank page glaring up at me in the beam of my light. My hand trembled, but the pen touched the paper. I wrote my name, 1C Jonah Pike. The letters sprawled jagged, hurried, as though pulled from me by invisible strings. As the ink settled, the canyon spoke again, echoing my own words, but with that rasp, that weight of time. Jonah Pike. I slammed the book shut and stuffed it back in my pocket, shaking my head, muttering to myself, "No. No. No." I refused to write more. I refused to let it consume me. The canyon seemed to shift in response. A grinding noise, stone against stone, like teeth gnashing. My headlamp beam caught dust cascading from a crack above, as though the very walls were drawing closer. I ran. I don't remember choosing a direction. I only remember the tunnel narrowing, the air thinning, my chest burning with each breath. The rasp followed me, louder now, no longer carried by echo but by presence, moving with me, closer with each step. It did not need to repeat my words anymore. It spoke its own. Stay. The word rang in my skull. I tripped and fell, skinning my palms and knees. My lamp skittered across the rock, throwing light wildly until it landed at an angle, illuminating the far end of the corridor. There, in the beam's edge, stood a figure. It was shaped like a man, but slouched, its shoulders rounded, its head bowed. Its skin, or what I thought was skin, looked more like stone dust clinging to something hollow. And when it lifted its head to face me, its mouth opened, though no jaw moved. The rasp poured out, a voice without lungs. Stay. I scrambled for my lamp, clutching it with trembling hands, and in that moment the figure did not advance. It only watched. Or listened. Its head tilted slightly, like a bird considering prey. I staggered backward, then turned and fled, the lamp beam shaking in erratic arcs. The rasp did not follow with footsteps. It followed as though carried inside my skull, each word pressing against the bones of my head. I do not know how long I ran. At some point, the corridor opened into a wider chamber, and I collapsed against the ground. The chamber's walls glowed faintly with reflected moonlight, and I realized with a surge of relief that the canyon roof had cracked open above me. Stars gleamed through, pale and sharp. I lay there gasping, my chest heaving, sweat cooling against my skin. For a moment, I thought I had outrun it. But then the stars shifted. At first it was subtle, a glimmer here, a flicker there, Then I realized they were not stars at all, but holes. Dozens of them, perfectly round, widening slowly as if lids were opening. They were eyes. The chamber filled with the rasp, not as a single voice, but as countless echoes layered upon one another, some young, some old, all saying my name, Jonah. Jonah. I pressed my hands to my ears, but it made no difference. The sound was not carried by air. It was inside me, vibrating through bone and blood. My journal dug against my ribs inside my pack, as though begging to be opened again. I knew what it wanted. It wanted more names. The rasp swelled, demanding ancient, and above me the eyes blinked. The eyes did not blink in unison. They opened and closed at staggered intervals, a grotesque rhythm that made the ceiling of the canyon chamber feel alive, as though I had collapsed inside the chest of some ancient creature and now lay beneath its pulsing organs. Each time one of those eyes widened, the rasp deepened, surging through the stone and marrow alike. Jonah. The name was no longer just mine. It was theirs. Hundreds of throats without flesh, grinding it through stone, dust, and time. I pressed my palms harder against my ears, though it was useless. My skull thrummed like a drum, vibrating with syllables that weren't meant to be heard, but remembered. I felt the compulsion rise again, stronger than before. My journal seemed to burn against my ribs, the ink inside screaming to be fed. My hand twitched, yearning for the pen. But some last reserve of defiance held me. Perhaps it was anger. Perhaps terror sharpened into will. I clutched at the ground instead, scraping handfuls of grit and dust between my fingers. No, I whispered, though my voice was barely sound. You don't own me. The rasp answered, unified this time, a chorus collapsing into one guttural word. Right. Pressure swelled in my chest. My breath stalled, as though unseen hands were pressing into my lungs. My vision speckled black, the chamber tilting sideways. The eyes above grew larger, impossibly wide, until I realized they were not merely looking at me, they were pulling me in. The space between us shortened without my body moving, as though the canyon itself folded. In desperation, I tore the journal from my pack and hurled it into the dark. Its pages fluttered like a bird's wings before it struck the ground and lay open, the white paper glaring in the faint light. The rasp grew frantic. Right. Something shifted in the chamber then, a crawling along the walls. Shapes began to form in the stone, figures half-carved, half-grown. Shoulders hunched out of rock, arms crooked at unnatural angles. Faces emerging with hollow sockets, where eyes had never fully finished forming. They pressed from the canyon walls like trapped insects beneath glass, straining, desperate, reaching. My lamp beam trembled across them, and I saw their hands scraping, grooves into the stone, fresh lines joining the countless names already etched there. Their mouths opened in silence, yet their echoes filled the chamber, spilling from the walls as though each figure carried my voice twisted older, raspier, hungrier. I staggered back, my foot striking the journal. Its pages lay open now, and on them, though my hand had not touched pen, I saw new lines forming. My name scrawled again and again, each iteration more jagged, less human. Jonah Pike. Jonah Pike. No, I shouted, though the word fractured as soon as it left my throat. The canyon seized it, mangled it, spat it back as something unrecognizable. The eyes overhead blinked in unison now, as though the canyon itself had lost patience. The chamber trembled. Dust rained down in a thin sheet. The rasp did not merely echo anymore. It poured, a flood of sound pressing against my skull until pain flared white, hot. I had to get out. I snatched the lamp, turned blindly, and ran. The walls seemed to lean closer with each step, narrowing, threatening to crush me into their carvings. The figures clawed from the stone, fingers grazing my shoulders, their touches cold and dry as chalk. I shoved past, ignoring the sting of stone tearing skin. The rasp followed, but something had changed. It no longer called my name alone. It shifted, whispering words in a language my body recognized, but my mind could not. The syllables were jagged, scraping, the kind of sounds that feel like wounds when heard. I burst through a narrow corridor, the chamber collapsing behind me in groans of rock. My lamp swung wildly, catching glimpses of the passage ahead. My legs shook with fatigue, but adrenaline drove me onward. Every turn felt wrong, as though the canyon rearranged itself with each stride. At last, I stumbled into a wider opening. Above, the sliver of sky was visible again, moonlight spilling pale across the canyon floor. Relief surged, but it was short-lived. The moon was not right. It hung low, swollen, its surface marked not with craters but with carvings. Names. Thousands of names spiraled across its face, glowing faintly. And there, among them, I saw my own etched bold and unmissable. Jonah Pike. I collapsed to my knees. My chest heaved. My head spun. The canyon whispered with satisfaction, a slow rasp like stone grinding stone. Now you see. I wanted to scream. Instead, I forced myself to focus on one truth: I was still alive. The canyon had not yet taken me. That meant there was still some path out. I staggered to my feet, half running, half falling down the corridor that led away from the moonlit opening. The rasp grew distant for the first time, but not weaker. It was everywhere still, a constant hum beneath the surface of silence, waiting for me to falter. By dawn, if dawn could be trusted, I found myself back near the place where I had first camped. My tent was still there, though collapsed, the fire pit cold and scattered. I had no memory of retracing my steps, but there it was, undeniable. I gathered what little I could, though my hands shook too violently to fasten straps. My only thought was to climb out of the canyon, to reach open air and leave the echoes buried behind me. My throat burned with thirst, my canteen nearly dry. Still, I pushed upward, following what looked like a faint trail toward higher ground. Each step was agony. The sun rose, glaring, and the heat pressed down like punishment. Yet I kept climbing, dragging myself by hands and knees when my legs refused. Hours passed, or perhaps years. Time stretched thin. The rasp never left, though it grew quieter. Not because it had relented, but because it had rooted itself inside me. Every time I exhaled, I heard it faintly, as though my breath no longer belonged to me. At last, with skin split and knees bloodied, I reached the rim. The desert sprawled ahead, open and empty. For the first time, the canyon lay behind me instead of above. I collapsed on the rim, staring at the endless expanse of scrub and stone. Relief warred with dread, for though I had escaped the walls, the sound had not stayed behind. It clung to me, in my chest, in my skull. I thought perhaps distance would weaken it. Perhaps days away from the canyon, weeks even, would dissolve its grip. But as I write this now, far from that place, the rasp has not left. When I speak, I hear another voice beneath my own. Older, raspier, following half a second too late. When I write, my name appears where I have not set my pen. And sometimes, when the room is still, I hear a breath just behind me, waiting to remind me. The canyon did not want my life. It wanted my name. And it has it now, etched in stone and sky, carried forever in echoes that are no longer mine. If you hear it, if your voice returns older, closer, not quite your own, do not answer. Do not speak your name, because once the canyon learns it, it never lets go. And I do not know how much longer that will be true.